Today is Monday, June 12, 2023. This Town of Crestone regular Board of Trustees meeting is held both in person and via Zoom. The time is 9:32, and in order to complete the town's business in a timely manner, the following procedures will be followed for all town meetings, including those hosted in Zoom. All meeting participants must keep their microphones muted and their videos turned off, except during citizens' comments and unless called on to speak by the board. For the Board of Trustees procedures and rules of order section 7.3, we allow 15 minutes total for citizens' comments, and during those 15 minutes, speakers will be allowed up to 3 minutes to speak. After which they will be informed when their 3 minutes are completed, and their microphones will be muted. Before speaking, please state your name and address for the record. If you have comments that are longer than 3 minutes, or if the time for citizens' comments expired before you had a chance to speak, please send your comments as correspondence to Town Hall, and the board will respond to your letters. Would you call the roll?
Sure. Mayor Danforth,
Here.
trustee Kinney,
Here.
trustee Byer,
Here.
trustee Lakai, here, trustee Martinez, is here. She had to step out of the room. Trustee Scheide,
Here.
trustee Hume,
Here.
also present interim administrator Scott Arisman, clerk Allison Ransom, and town attorney Seth Walker will arrive at 1:30.
Thank you, Allison. Commissioner, would you read our vision statement?
Historic Crestone, Colorado exemplifies small town beauty with a community committed to sustainable living practices and spiritual traditions. The town continues to celebrate its pioneering spirit and unique diversity through contemporary self-reliance. Crestone's goals are to enhance economic viability, environmental preservation, renewable energy use, and social responsibility.
Thank you. Turning to approval of the agenda. I would like to move Kissen's request to discuss the handicap parking designated lots in front of the town hall to the attorney's report, so he could be present during the attorney's reports. Yeah. Okay. And so it would become the last item in the attorney's report and would become item number 10E. Our next item is
Get a second and approve that. To approve the agenda.
say it again.
You need a second to your motion.
Oh, I was getting ready to ask if any of the trustees would like to make a change to the agenda.
Is your microphone on?
Do you hear me?
It was just really low, so I was just wondering if your microphone was on.
I have no way of knowing it's green.
Did you have a little light?
Yeah, it's a green one.
Okay, never mind. It's just me.
Okay, so was that a second?
I'll make the motion.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
All right, any discussion? All those in favor signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay, ayes have it. Agenda is approved as amended. That brings us to approval of the regular board meeting last month of May 8th, 2023.
I make a motion, we approve the minutes.
There is a second to that motion.
I'll second.
Any discussion? All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Those nay, ayes have it, motion carries. Brings us to item number 5, citizens comments. Carl, you can come up here and speak into the microphone.
Yes,
Yes, please, for the record.
Hi, Carl Cole, 360 East Iron, Crestone. Good to see y'all again, but not particularly because I kind of thought we had concluded our business 2 years ago. I see there's like more things in the code enforcer coming around harassing people for nuisance and noise. And if you go back to what happened between us, that's a process called jury nullification. It's when a piece of code is no longer adequate and you can't get a jury to convict. This is how the Jim Crow laws were repealed in the South. Somebody would drink out of the wrong water fountain, get sent to trial, and a conscientious objector on the jury would find not guilty, even though the man was obviously guilty for drinking out of the wrong water fountain. So in the South, once those Jim Crow laws were nullified and found to be illegal, then town councils started doing things like redlining neighborhoods and creating discriminatory practices outside of obvious laws, which I see y'all are trying to do by revising the code so that you can't request a jury trial for nuisance and offense stuff anymore. You guys had a chance to take Benny to a jury trial and try and prove that issue again. Y'all chose not to for whatever reason, probably because you knew you would lose. And I would just suggest that y'all not continue down this path like a racist Southern town would after Jim Crow was repealed. Thanks.
Thanks, Carl.
Good morning. I'm here to follow up on the email I sent to the town regarding the severe overstep of the code enforcer. I will not reread the letter, however, I will bring up a few key points. After reading this month's code enforcer report, which is what Carl was alluding to, I realized that you, the board, are not being fully informed about both the overarching reach that the enforcer is using, nor is she taking responsibility for this. While it is the code enforcer's job to enforce codes, and at times to enforce state statutes that could negatively affect the town, it is not her job to enforce state laws. While events are scheduled in town, the events agree to inform their vendors of laws and taxes, but it is not the job of the enforcer to try and bully event vendors at non-town run events to follow tax law. By reasoning extension, she could start knocking door to door on town residents' doors, telling them that they can't park off the street if they haven't filed their state taxes. The overreach of power is absurd. As an aside, I provide the state form for the $8 special event permit for the 4th of July on the vendor app. The enforcer in her report claims that her best guess for why she is being harassed is sovereign citizens. It is clear from this assertion that she is not willing to take responsibility for how the response she is receiving are a result of the way that she is treating others, not some unknown philosophy. Today, there are many people here who give their brief stories of interactions with the enforcer and how she bullies people for a living. As the former enforcer, this is not her job. Her job is to ticket if there's a situation, but not to interfere or threaten, which is now her modus operandi. I also read the enforcer's report that she is suggesting that trials be eliminated from the options when people want to contest her tickets. This is a blatant attempt at restricting due process and checks and balances within the system. Carl explains that situation with the Jim Crow laws. If we know that the codes are not working, they need drastically to be reformed. And the current enforcer, if not removed completely, at least halted from harassing people. It is significantly affecting the way that this town is perceived and potentially driving away both morale and tax revenue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Who else? Benny.
Benny Roman. Benny Roman. Hello, everybody. Yeah, I feel the code enforcer basically is just doing her job. And so I can respect that. I feel she's not being instructed to do her job in the way that benefits the community. and the events that we have here, and music and skateboarding. The kids here need these things, so and as adults, we need them as well. We know kids have become suicidal here. And when you have a code enforcer harassing them just for having fun, they're trying to do something, they're trying to have fun, they're trying to do something. It's so boring here, you guys don't understand. And they're here with their parents who are also bored. And so when the code enforcer is harassing everybody for these things where it's actually better for the town, it brings people and makes people want to stay, more families. And isn't that what we want? We want happier families. So I'm not saying she should be fired. I'm saying she needs to be redirected to serve the town in a better way. That's it.
Thanks, Benny.
Someone else?
Hillary Campo,
Name and address, please.
1063 Riverbend Club Drive, Atlanta, Georgia. I would like to read a letter that I received in the mail from the code enforcer. My mother passed away a year ago and was buried in the natural cemetery. On that land is nothing but rock and cactus. I do have a small cross that I put up there that I went to look at. She complained that there was lacquer on it. There is no lacquer on it. But here's what it says. Public Works has requested some specific items be removed from cemetery lot 69. There are various reasons for the request, some related to safety for workers operating machinery in the area. What I'd like to know is, what are they doing on my land? There's nothing but cactus and rock on it. That is complete disrespect to my mother, to my family, and to everybody else that is buried out there. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to respond to that letter. Scott?
Oh, I can, I can briefly respond to that. The reason that the letter was worded that way, the Green Burial Green Burial Council, who certified that piece of the Green Burial Cemetery, they are actually really strict about regulations. If that cross wasn't lacquered, then it sounds like we can talk aside something that isn't an issue.
Not an issue. What I have an issue with is, why are you walking on my property?
So the interment, you didn't actually purchase the property, you purchased rights for a burial on the property. And the town does take responsibility for maintaining the grounds. It sounds like in your instance, if it's just rocks and cactuses, probably nothing going on there anyway. What that reference was for is that some other plots had plastic flowers on them, and they get caught in the lacquers. And so that's what they do.
Okay, but this was directed towards me, and there are no plastic flowers. And do you know what this feels like, having a letter like this after your mother passes away?
I don't. Yeah, it sounds like it's not the right way to. Yeah, well, I apologize for that. And if you want to talk aside later, then we can, talk about specifics. But it sounds like there's
Disrespect on your presence.
My name is John Kingston. I live at 120 West Silver Avenue here in Crestone. I'm new to this town. It's a beautiful place. I do come from the South, where generations of my family suffered through the Jim Crow laws. Not directly, but part of it just because we were poor. A lot of people don't realize that it wasn't just Black people that were demonized in the South. It was also poor white people. So I've suffered through tremendous court mishaps in the South, and in my journey in finding peace and love and happiness, I've landed in Crestone. I'm also a musician, and I had an incident with the code enforcer, and this is why I'm here today. I'm also prescribed my music as medicine through my primary care provider. I found a place in which the landlord was permissive of me doing my music during the day. I hold a degree in music, so I'm not just making noise. During the day of the code enforcer interaction, I had about maybe 5 to 10 people that had complimented what they did here during passing, which was during the festival. I played my drums in my apartment during the festival, windows closed. And then my landlord calls me and sadly says, "Hey, I got a message from the code enforcer. She's coming down hard. You can't do your drums anymore." I also plan, and I'm connected to large groups who plan to bring major revenue to this town, given the acceptance of that revenue later on, something we can talk about. But I'm here because I'm someone coming from outside in and immediately seeing a problem, and also someone who's been through tons of due process with lawyers in my family. And I just wanted to speak on behalf of these people because I believe it's a very important topic, that whoever is enforcing codes, they do it on behalf of love and unity and justice, not on any other statute. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Alisa Silvestre. I live in Preston at 93 Skyview Way. And I'm here to represent parents with small children who gather in town to play and have fun. And for the past 2 years, it seems like there's a lot of frustration between the town board and the parents and the code enforcer. And every time I come out into town, I've started lately to look over my shoulder and see, you know, like, am I gonna get into trouble for this? Am I gonna get reprimanded for that? And the music is another big thing, you know, we can all agree that music is a major part of our lives. And I think things are really outdated in this town. And I think it's time that we start to change things because this is a very dynamic community and a lot of kids are growing up here. We have more and more and more kids every 3 months even, and we need to change things. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else who'd like to speak? Before we end this. Annie, I see you're there. Do you want to hand up? No, it's not their hand up on you.
Oh, I think the booths were gonna be on.
They're here.
They are here.
The booths wanted to speak as well.
I don't see any hands.
So you guys on Zoom, can you hear us? Would anyone like to speak?
Go ahead.
Hello, this is T Road. Can you hear us?
Yes. Yes.
So with us, you know, we.
No, Michael, or you're speaking right now.
Keep track of it.
Hello.
Go ahead.
We are at 120 West Silver, T Road Brewing Company. And our interaction with the code enforcer has been hit or miss. We do provide music for the community. We bring in all of the local musicians. We provide, you know, a place for people to come and have fun. And we've had some okay interaction with her and some very embarrassing interaction with her during a performance, coming into our patio and slapping down our fine and saying, "You can contest this, but I can't remember exactly what she said, but it was very demeaning." And a year ago, the board, we were talking with the board to work on something for the noise, and we submitted a permit policy that we would have liked to have initiated, and the board said they were going to put together a specific committee to look at this, and we've heard nothing about this since. Now our music has been moved inside, which has stifled us a little bit because we have this beautiful patio that we could utilize. And most of our music, we always end by 8 o'clock. She's doing her job as directed by the board, but there's some things that I believe are being overstepped. Her boundaries are being overstepped, such as, is a code enforcer's job to test, to look at people's business licenses and their sales tax licenses. I believe in the business licenses, I believe in the sales tax licenses, but I believe that it's the town or the town administrator's role to enforce that, not the code enforcer. The code enforcer is more about noise, about signage being placed, which that's another whole nother part of this. So that's all I have to say right now.
Thank you. Anyone else? Go ahead, Annie. And Annie, I know you tried to reach me yesterday. I called you that twice. Go ahead.
That's fine. I don't really have a lot to say other than thank you, board members, mayor, administration, employees, everybody of the town for sitting in those seats, because I've been there and I know that it's not easy, and it can be pretty exhausting receiving so much negative input. So I'm here not to give you any negative input, but to thank you for being there. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you, Annie. Anything else? Going once, going twice. Closing citizens' meetings for today. Move on to correspondence.
Yeah, can I get an agenda?
Allison, can you just speak that?
I'll take seconds.
So I can't see where we are.
No, I'm just gonna do that.
Okay. Let's go ahead and call the meeting back to order. Under correspondence, okay, the first item was a formal complaint. So we have listens to that. Serious matter. And could have significant consequences, so I ask the board to consider this carefully. The next item in correspondence is the Dutch Sky Festival. For whatever reason, there was a concern on Facebook that we were not going to have that festival this year. That is a requirement to in those cities as a Dutch Sky community. And we will be discussing its location and more details. The Dutch Sky Committee report, but I can assure you that there will be a very wonderful Dutch Sky celebration this year on Friday night, August 12th.
So concerning the letter from Nick, is that something you wanted to talk about later, or is that a separate agenda item?
It's on the agenda.
Yeah, I think Nancy wanted to address that, during her report.
So during the attorney's report? Okay, so it's gonna be like 1:30 at the earliest,
It's going to be.
but your mom's up right now too.
It will be
Which
focused
might be
on protecting educationally, protecting and preserving the space. It will have different events consistent with that.
Friday, August 12th. August 12th, you said? Friday, August 11th. August 11th.
I'm sorry, August 11th. The next item under correspondence is a letter from Street. Oh, it's a long letter. Go ahead, Scott, please.
Oh, I had, I have a little bit of a response to it. I guess the timing wasn't ideal. Carl just thought, I hope he would be able to shed some additional insight and pass this along. Gwen was upset about, she had a late fee applied and then she never paid the late fee and got 2 more. If the board wants me to refund her for $30, I can definitely do that. It's not a huge deal. But just for a little bit of context of how this all happened, she mentioned that I told her originally the late fee wouldn't apply. That was because she called me and said that that we had the wrong email address for her, and it makes sense to me that if it's going to the wrong email address, then shouldn't have to pay the fee. But after doing a little bit of digging, that's actually the email address that came from her system. Furthermore, it's the email address that she sent this email from. So she did ask us to, she said that and changed it to sending her a paper bill. Then she reached back out and said that since she's down in Texas, it's taking too long for her to get her paper bills. So she does actually want them emailed, and gave us a different email address, so we changed it to that email address. But then it kind of came full circle because now she's back to using the email address that she said was not her email address. And so, like I said, it's $30. It's not a huge deal. We can refund it, but it does. The whole thing just seemed a little bit weird. She's saying that it's based off of misinformation, but again, it's the email address that came from her records. It is the email address that she's using. I don't.
So when she says still no invoice, does that mean it was getting emailed?
So she complained about it being emailed, so we changed it to being mailed, and then she said that her mail was getting forwarded, and so it was taking her a long time to get it, and asked us to go back to email. And so now we're back to emailing it to the new address that she gave us, although she is back to using the original address.
Do you have records of when she says still no invoice? Do you have records that it was emailed out or mailed out?
Yeah, we do.
I wouldn't refund $30, but I would send a new invoice to both emails and paper and a letter explaining that we have the record.
Yeah, I can definitely do that. I can send her the whole paper trail there, and she is up to date with it. She did, she did eventually pay that.
Oh, okay.
She's actually totally paid up. There's no issue right now. She's just requesting that she gets the $30 in late back.
So what's the sentiment of the board? Would you like to refund her
I think we
$30?
should refund the $30.
Yeah, I think it's good PR.
Does anybody object to refunding?
It's
the
about
$30?
late fees, it's not about the.
I do,
the debt
but
itself.
I don't care.
I really don't care either. Whatever the board decides, I just think it's good PR, but it's late fees, late fees are like dollars, it's got the bill itself.
Sure.
And, I think we could overlook it this time.
I think this is.
I don't think we need to set a precedent, but I think because of this back and forth, she needs to be. Told, you can't be switching your email and wanting paper and then wanting email that, reprimand her to an extent with that refund.
I agree. I think this can be handled on an exception basis.
Yeah.
It would not set a precedent. And I would entertain a motion to refund the $30 back to Gwen.
I make the motion that we refund the late fees to Gwen Bisbee. Second.
Discussion, how much? $30. $30, yes. Steve.
You first.
I was gonna say, I've had some late fees waived on my behalf in the past, so I'm all for waiving late fees. Things happen.
Steve.
So just a question for Scott, the phone conversations has that been transcribed into an email, just so we have absolute clarity? Because it sounds like some stuff's going back and forth on a phone call, which no record of, basically what Adam was saying, that so long as we clarify in an email body to both emails, get a response back. Yeah, I say wait, but
we do have, I mean, I had one conversation with her that was pretty brief. I did not transcribe that into an email, and at this point it was.
yeah, and I think mostly on her.
We do have significant back and forth, though. I only saved all of her emails with her, so I've got all those. That kind of lays out the timeline and what happened here. Thanks. Yep.
All right, all in favor of the motion, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Adam, did you vote?
Aye.
Ayes have it, motion carried unanimously. That brings us to the end of correspondence for today, and move this into item number 7, reports, public works.
I have got a, let's see, Gretchen, it seemed like you get in the packet, that she had a written report that she wanted you to pass out. A number of the items on there are really.
So Scott, it's really difficult for us to read all this at this point. Could you go just stand here or still speak down and show over the highlights?
Yeah, I'll go over the important pieces, and I'll still pass these out. But let's see, she has started looking into what it's gonna cost to expand the cemetery. The big cost is going to be extending the East Side Road. It'll be almost $15,000 for road base and pit run. And that's, that's just we're not there yet, where that road needs to be extended, but that will be once we do start expanding, once we get the survey done, we're ready to expand the cemetery. That'll be the initial cost of doing that project. Let's see here, there's some administrative items on here that are really just for, I can take care of, but she noted that the town hall remodel blueprints from SGM are ready for approval. They're on the agenda this month. She's also letting us know that they're going to fix the manhole cover near the Mercantile. They'll need to purchase 18 bags of concrete at $12 per bag. It'll be approximately $220 in materials to do this. That's not a huge, it's not a major amount, so there's no need for the board to make a motion to approve that or anything. But if you have objections, by all means, let me know. Yeah, Tim?
I have a question. Public Works deals with the budget. They've never gone over budget.
Yeah.
But apparently, for some odd reason, and I don't remember voting on this issue, we now have to get approval before they can fill a lawnmower with gas. If they need an elbow or a coupler, yes, they've had to borrow gas from me just to fill up a tank, because it was either Friday, Saturday, or Sunday, and couldn't get approval from the administrator. Where did this come from? It's called the cost of doing business, and if you have, and that's a total inefficiency. If you have to stop because you need 2 screws, buy the box. We're not going over budget here. I mean, come on, people, this is stupid.
I agree, and I think if anything, what's really happening here is I don't, like you said, the board didn't direct them to do that. I haven't told them that I need to micromanage their spending either. I think they've just they know how tight the budget is, and they've gotten increasingly just they don't want to step out of line on spending. But I agree. Even something like this, $220. It's a job that needs to get done. I I would tell them to just go ahead and do it. Unless there's and outside of that, anything over $1,000, I bring to the board.
Or 500 even, but you know.
But outside of that, unless the board feels differently about it, I'll communicate to them that they don't, just. Stick to the budget, and as long as it's within the budget,
If
the
we
small
don't
expenses
trust
don't
them
need
with
to-
the $15,
I agree.
part, then we don't need them. If we can't trust them to stay within their budget, we don't need them.
Do they have a card?
Yeah,
And does only Gretchen have that?
I think so, yeah, now.
So why, I don't understand why she would be asking you for gas when she could go to the gas station.
Well, because apparently she needs the approval.
Well, if she doesn't, nobody directed her that she does, so it sounds like she's creating that scenario.
Okay, that's possible.
Is that?
Yeah, I think she's just feeling anxious about spending. So
But you were gonna get reimbursed anyway, so. Right, I mean, so it's still,
Eventually.
you're spending money.
yeah, so. We'll talk about it in the staff meeting tomorrow. I'll let
Okay,
you know.
Kissing, and then Adam, and then me. So we, as Scott is the interim manager, is basically the boss or supervisor over public works. And I think this is a conversation that they should have to make sure, how it all works together. And, the board does not make decisions, we allow them to, I don't know, what's the max that we have before they have to go to the board?
1,000.
Okay, so Scott can work with them and say, okay, you're free to do whatever, if it's more than, say, 500 or whatever, we need to just make sure we're on the same page. If it's gonna be more than 1,000, we need to come to the board, but this seems to me a conversation that our administrator and the public works need to have, so that they feel confident on what they can do. And I think it's, there again, they should go to their supervisor over this, and you guys make sure
I
what your
just wanted
policy.
to bring it up.
Yeah. Adam?
On this second bullet point, you said it's administrative, but is that like a scenario where every plot owner needs to receive a letter from giving them instructions on how to move forward with the burial, or what's the solution there?
I think that it just, I mean, yeah, I think that's not a bad idea, if we can figure out, the database isn't super intuitive, but if we can figure out who has plots that have not been used, be good to send out a letter.
And it could be good to,
That makes the other one stuff like.
Yeah, here, let me pass these.
I didn't get a copy of that.
You pass the rest right now, if you would.
it could also be good to clean up that database, make it function more intuitive.
Yeah, it really needs to be,
Because it sounds like people who might have had a clock for 20 years. And then their person dies and they show up on Friday and it's dysfunction. So even sending a letter wouldn't necessarily solve that, but it would be a separate.
yeah, but the first step that I would think was just to make it really clear on the website.
Oh, okay.
So Scott, it's a truism, I think, that any purchasing code, whether it's in the private or the public sector, always has provision for emergency purchases up to a certain amount. I thought that was in our code, but I'm not sure. If it isn't, I think it would be good to, I would like you to talk to Seth and provide for that. So what we're saying is also consistent with our purchasing code.
Okay, I'll take a look at that.
Anything else from Dutchess?
Do y'all need to talk about this stage, or is that something that can be solved?
Yeah, that's one that I think is,
I do have the other-
I'll just update that.
I do have the other panel, but it's getting kind of hard when people are renting like 2 panels, 3 panels, 4 panels of the stage. I got them to Jeff. And then they ended up at the Public Works, because I told them that I was busy to return them, so now they're just split up. It's not a big deal, but, I mean, if the town hall has a place for the panels, I would like to bring them back over, otherwise I can keep storing them, it's just getting more confusing.
We can put it in a great deal.
Well, it's not 8,000. Oh, it was like 25.
Well, they need to be together.
Yeah, I agree, but people are only renting small pieces at a time. It's like, you don't have to make the whole stage.
Right.
You can make parts of it, plus. People are renting them based on the fact that they were 4x8 as opposed to 4x4. I think we should rent them as 4x8 for the same price, because it just seemed a little expensive for the 30, I forget it's $30 per panel or something. It should be
Yeah.
$30 for 2 panels, that would be. Okay.
Allison, you have your hand up? No. Hi, everyone. All right.
Noted. And if you want to bring those back, we do have them.
Okay, and the only thing I don't have that, I don't know where they are, because there's little Allen keys, they're just like a normal Allen key, certain size. I think Drew had them, so he might still have. You remember what? They're little Allen keys that go to the stage, and somebody has them.
Yeah.
They're one, yeah. They're little. They're easy to get. I mean, they're like one size, and just get them in the hardware store, but. It'd be nice if we could keep up with those little tools.
Okay, anything more for public works? Next item is report from water. You want to come over and speak at the moment?
Yes, ma'am. Pass that down, please.
This mic keeps going on and off.
I think that,
It-
I think the wireless signal is really the problem.
That's what is, you know, you can turn the box back the other way. Yeah. Upright, you turn the box vertical. Then he will do it. There you go. You're too close.
Sometimes it's not a good thing. Can y'all hear me? Testing.
Okay, now it's on.
Awesome. My report, we'll start off with the back T sample. That's the water sample we take every month. Absent for all bacteria. In the last meeting, we had discussed how I'm gonna be taking wastewater BOD samples, so we've been doing that. The average number we're getting back from milligrams per liter is 441. That's about average for a town this size, so that's good news. The total suspended solids is 252 milligrams per liter. Our BOD pounds for the month of May is 43 pounds. Past records from prior, just last year, we were at 70 some pounds this time last year, so something's being done right to where that lower number's getting lower.
Was that we talked about you doing like a weekly test? Was that for BOD?
Yeah, that's the BOD. That's the 441 milligrams per liter.
And did you do that weekly? Take the stuff down to Alamos? Or-
Yeah, we're still doing, I'm on week 3. I believe he told me 6 weeks and then once a month after that.
And how is that comparing to the readings from the bottom?
It's actually comparing pretty good now. We're about 5 pounds difference, but with their flow and, well, we're discussing our own meter. I don't know where we're on that yet, but numbers are looking a lot better.
Yeah, but. No, I was gonna ask the same question.
It was 43 pounds for the month of May and the flow was 452,229 gallons. If you dummy that down per minute, it's about 10 gallons per minute this pound does in wastewater flow. We had a clogged culvert, the one that for the water ditch that goes under the elephant cloud. I did talk to Benjamin when I was trying to clear it out. I was able to borrow a snake from a buddy. We ran it in there. We did run the camera first, and the clog is from the alleyway of the elephant cloud to the end of elections in that small area.
And what it is mud, sticks, weeds, they're just kind of, so, I'm not sure how.
And I'm just talking like logistics and making a point, and I'm glad you dealt with that. And as a general job description, that would probably be public works, right? Dealing with culverts versus water and sewer. And of course, we're talking about combining work and making everything cheaper and more efficient, but until we change our job descriptions, that's public works, right?
One thing is that the town owns a quarter of that right, water right that comes out of here. I don't know where that would fall, but it seems like it's water, a water right that.
Because of the rights.
I mean, he kind of did, I think, all of the people who own that rights a favor by doing it.
I agree.
Including the town, so public, I don't know where it would fall, I mean, that would be a good question, but. You know, the problem with it really is that when Kurt put in that pipe under the ground, it went from a big pipe to a smaller pipe, and so no matter what, it's gonna be clogging. When we bought the building, we put in this manhole, and I'm hoping that we can all, or at least all the people who own the right, we can kind of be on it and keep an eye on it more. But the town does own a quarter of that right, so.
Okay.
And Public Works is right on it.
Okay. You guys, they were like working together,
Yes,
Okay.
Gretchen was the one who called me and we got on the same.
and I'm
page
not
about
saying
it.
anything should be different. I'm glad you dealt with it.
Awesome. Good. Go ahead.
One other thing would be to, he said he was going to maybe put a better screen in the, where it goes underground. It would be a big help.
Yeah.
The other thing is to look at that manhole, that's when it's clear.
Mhm.
And there's a possibility we could even put a screen in there as well.
That's true.
As long as it's clean.
Well, it's really hard to, it's funny because once you, see that it's clogged, it's hard to get in there, you can't, you open it up and the thing's full, you can't even get in there, you have to like pump it out or whatever, so. Maybe just. we
Kind of a
work
backup
together
kind of deal, yeah.
Looking at
That
that,
makes sense.
'cause I don't know that much about how that thing functions.
From what I've learned from the past on it, I guess it was jetted about 3 years ago, so it's lasted about 3 years. What I did is definitely a temporary fix, so I'm not sure if they want to get a jetter in there, and if they do, who's responsible for that payment, or if they split it 3 ways, or I'm not sure how the board wants to go about that, but my recommendation is definitely to get a stronger machine in there to clear it all out.
I don't remember what we paid for last.
That was a big conversation. But I don't remember.
Yeah, I don't remember.
Probably the most important thing in my report is the automatic float for the water treatment plant for the water tank isn't working. So what that means is, and it stopped working around that lightning strike we had where the fire was. I believe it even knocked your pumps out and stuff. Yeah. It doesn't tell the pump when to kick on. The float's not communicating with the computer. And I guess there's a sequence on how to turn off the breakers in a certain method. And it was supposed to be in the water treatment plant on a piece of paper like an SOP, but I can't find it anywhere. I did call Chad to see what his thoughts were. He said the same thing, that paper shows the sequence to reset the whole system. Still can't find it, so I did get Ann Bunting's number, is that her name?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm gonna give her a call and see if maybe she by chance put it in a file somewhere. If not, I'm probably gonna have to call the actual Monroe company. There's a number on the panel, but I'm trying to avoid any high dollar cost from somebody coming to help me with that, so I will keep you updated on that. I am turning the pump on in the morning and then putting it off in the evening. I have to run about 6 hours to do what the town does in one day. It's about 12,000 gallons. What we're doing now, that's summertime, so. The fire stations, when that fire happened, used approximately 6,700 gallons of water. I was on the same page with Craig on that throughout that night, so good communication with him.
Did that cause any aftermath problem with the town, or was that fine?
Just the water treatment plant with the flow. As far as water pressure, anything like that, it didn't bother at all. Didn't even dent the tank as much water as they use, so.
And then. We just pay for that, I mean, it's just like.
We paid for what?
We pay for somebody's house fire, I mean, like, we pay for the water,
Yeah, well, it comes out of our tank.
wasn't in town, it was out of town.
Yeah, they were filling up here at the fire station, so I'm not sure how.
I'm amazed that they didn't just draft from the creek as high as it is. They're using potable water to put out a fire,
Yeah,
and the creek is up to here. I don't know why they didn't just draft. That, this is ridiculous that we have to pay for,
it's not cheap to treat water for sure.
no. And it's potable water, and you're putting out a fire with it? What a-
It was actually already.
Treated water? Yeah, if they're pulling out of a hydrant, it's already treated water.
I mean, that's what the hydrants are for.
No, I understand that. It wasn't in town. I mean, it wasn't in town. And I'm not saying that we shouldn't put out fires, but, I'm saying that. They're getting insurance money for their losses. I mean, we're paying for it, so I guess it's just something that the town has to cover.
But in the last meeting, we talked about the importance and that we would put out fires for adjacent areas, particularly up there where it's, headed right for us.
I would consider asking Water and Sand if they have a policy in place. Cause like when we did the Sand Dunes fire, we're taking water from Baca. So if there's an example of a policy in place that we could look at, otherwise. Kind of just is what it is.
And also there was a policy, we had agreements with every volunteer fire department to cooperate and help one another. I think that's the policy.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the water usage in particular.
Oh, I agree. What would you're suggesting, maybe they have a policy that we could.
Just that we can look at. If somebody's taking 10,000 gallons out of their system, I'm sure they're thinking about it. But maybe it's just a wash and that's what people do is provide the water. And I'm okay with that. That's what it is. 6,000 gallons is not that much out of a 120,000 gallon tank.
Steve, you have your hand up.
Yeah, and just to echo what you're saying, Irina, when an out-of-town fire can easily become an in-town fire. We're lucky that it wasn't windy, but the smoke was trailing northward. So yeah, with enough wind, if it was drier, then it is an in-town problem, so.
We did receive the meters for the wells. I had discussed that in prior ORC report where the state's trying to stay away from digital meters inside the main wells. So we did order mechanical ones and they did arrive. I did make an appointment with April from Crestone Charter School to install theirs. I believe it's the end of July. Reason being that was a little different because all the boilers and stuff have to keep their pressurized in the system. If it loses pressure, it messes all them up. So we have to be on the same page when we're able to shut the whole school down with no water. And that's the end of summer school, I believe.
Nicole, did you get bids for this purchase?
What's that?
Did you get bids?
Bids? No bids, but I did get approval last time.
So how much were the meters?
The meters for all three was a little under 3,000.
So according to our purchasing code for that, for expenditures like that, you need to go through our, did we go through the purchasing code?
It's not a
It's not a bid thing.
not a bid.
We approved the purchase because they were necessary.
Yeah.
It wasn't a bid.
In our purchasing policy, we only need to get bids for over a certain dollar amount. Allison's thinking it's 5,000. I actually think it might be either 5,000 or 10. So for this, it was just all of the bid category.
I knew the board approved it, but I wasn't certain that it didn't control the purchasing code.
Updated the well and contact info for the Rio Grande Farm Plan. It's basically another company that keeps track of our acreage usage on our wells and the GPS coordinates, stuff like that. So they did have some old contacts on there. I did scope the sewer line for the mayor's sewer line. She had a question and she was thinking she might have had 2 sewer taps. I was able to run the camera and there is only one. I confirmed that. I did let you know about that as well. Did start the GPS on all the shut off valves in town. I believe there's 32 of them. The water meters and the hydrants already been located in GPS. There is a spreadsheet on the hydrants for PSI and gallons per minute, if anybody ever needs that information. Filed my monthly logs for the chlorine residual, well flows, the water treatment plant water usage, and I was able to grease the chlorine pump, which needs to be done every 500 hours, as we did spend a lot of money for that, so. Replaced all the damaged meter stakes with the meter IDs. The meter routes, me and Emily were able to work on that. It was kind of all over the place. You'd have to read a meter on that side of town, run to this side of town, take another one. So we actually got a good route coordinated, as well as updating some meter IDs. A lot of them were wrong. I'm not sure if they replaced them and just never updated them, but we got that done. I am starting to receive backflow test results for the cross connection rule. I believe customers have to have them in before July 17th. If not, we'll send a second notice out asking them to do it within another 30 days. And if they don't do it, then we're allowed to shut the water off if they don't comply. Fire station well, the one over here where they're building an addition to the fire station. Does anybody know any information on that? If it's still live, or Craig was asking me. Go ahead, Allison.
Craig's the one that came and got the permit for that. Did you have a question about the permit or something?
No, just if it was active, or who belonged to, or if it's still the town's, or because he's wanting to cap it off because he has to build right over that thing. So I want to make sure we're not using it for anything at all before I say go ahead, and then. So I was wondering if anybody had any information on that, or no?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
They have a well over there at the fire station, and Craig's wanting to cut the pipe down, cap it off, and be done with it because he has to build over it. But I don't know if we still use it for any reason. It used to be the well, they'd fill up off the cistern. They have a cistern underground. They've used that well to fill the cistern, but the cistern had so many leaks over time, and they haven't used it in forever, he said, so.
Is there any way we could contact the Division of Water in Alamosa to find out if it was like adjudicated, or?
We could do that since we have the permit. You said you had the permit, Allison?
The building permit.
Oh, okay.
Well, when they drilled the well, they had to have gotten a well permit
Correct.
to begin with, and then did they adjudicate it? And being from the district, I would have thought they would have. And during the AWDI malarkey, I'm sure they adjudicated it. So I would check with the Division of Water Resources.
Or check with the fire district,
Yeah.
the fire chief for the Northern Swatch County Fire Protection.
That's more.
Good idea. Okay.
Yeah.
If they own it.
I think that they have talked about, they're looking at putting plumbing in the building, building a bathroom, that they were going to look into the town's water system.
They do already have a meter, so they must have paid for it somewhere.
Yeah, they
along
got
the
a
line.
tap.
We go back real quick to the backflow.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain that a little more? I don't quite understand it.
So if you have a living single family residence, you have a backflow on there, and what that backflow does is prevent any water from the actual customer to go back into the system's water. And you have to get those tested yearly, and that is at the customer's expense. And
They know, so the people that have those know what they're supposed to do.
they should have been doing them the last couple of years, yeah. And then any plumber could do it actually, as long as they're licensed, and then they just send me that information. I put that into the state, and then it gets you to the next year.
Susan? So are you saying that they have an active well that they're not using?
No, it wasn't charged or anything.
It's what?
It wasn't charged, like the pipes that are in there, they're not charged with water or anything.
Okay,
So
so they're not using the well?
No, they haven't used it for years.
Okay, does anybody know the quality of that one?
I don't.
That's why we need to check with the water department, to find out.
Yeah. They could tell us the depth and stuff like
Well,
that.
you know, one of the things that we, and I don't know, that particular region of town has not had the best water flow. I remember just down below where Kurt's store was at, you know, he had a heck of a time getting a well that had any water, but yet a block away is our main town well. But it just leaves me to think, just because we've just been talking about the cost of, fire department using water. And we have also talked about the possibility about looking to have some additional town wells put in. Would it be worth even considering, having that well become part of the town water system, if it even produces enough water to give any value, that they were contributing water. If that was contributing water to the water system, it could help alleviate this sort of situation we see of, oh, you used 60 to 700 gallons of water. This is, I don't know, it's just something to maybe think about a little bit more. I do think that when we look about at drilling some new water wells to supplement our water system, we would probably look at another area of town rather than pulling from the same swimming pool right next to each other. You'd probably be tapping into the same, little alluvial fan water there. But I don't know, it's just a question I have, if that well could be used for firefighting purposes. Because they're gonna be tapping into the town water line. Just a thought.
I could definitely take a better look into it.
The only thing is that are they trying to put a building right over the top of it? Is that?
Yeah. So it would have to be moved, the piping, but
If it's an old well, it's probably a very shallow well, I could imagine.
And then back to the backflow conversation, are you saying that of our 65 sewer customers that they all have to, at their expense, perform a test and provide you the results?
no, just commercial properties and non-family single resident.
Okay, and so
So
then
mostly
I'd be
business.
curious if that was in their contract. That they're responsible for that whenever they,
All I know is that years ago, Anne was keeping up with this, so people that are doing that have been doing it for a long time, getting.
so it's not news to anybody?
No,
Okay.
and I think it's a total of 16 customers, so.
Okay, and then also concerning backflow, I know Ann had a practice of handing out little backflow valves for yard spigots.
Yeah.
For the same reason, and I don't know if that's being kept up with or not.
I
know
haven't been able
I talked to Drew about it a couple years ago, he didn't know anything about it.
Yeah, so well, each business is different, so depending on.
I mean, resident,
residential,
like
you don't need one,
yard spigot,
but if you want one, you could put one, but it's not,
and thought it was a requirement
no, not residential.
for yard spigots.
Yeah. Now, if you have a business, but you don't have like anything, because there's different devices for different situations, and if you don't have, the very least, if you have a spigot outside and that's it, but you're a commercial property, you do need one of those.
Okay.
Potter excavation invoice, so there's a little bit of a back and forth with Potter. We did receive an invoice when we did the sewer connection for Charles up there on Hemlock, I believe it is, in the corner. And it was an invoice for 4,000.
Was that sewer or water?
Sewer. But he was charging us from the property line to where we connected the tap. So when I was reading the code, what I read was that the customer that installs either water or sewer tap, they're responsible for that connection, excavation and everything. And when I asked Benjamin Potter about it, he said that he's always invoiced the town, they've always paid it, so he wasn't, kind of got a little upset with me on that. And I was just curious on if we're responsible or because of the miscommunication, or if he has to pay, or
I mean,
he
they
asked.
didn't, when we did my water tap, they didn't invoice the town. They invoiced me
Mhm.
from my property line to the water tap.
And that
The
was
whole thing.
Banner. That was Banner.
That was the
That was the
Potter.
Potter, yeah.
But what was it, Banner?
It was all three of them.
Yeah.
Matt, Ben, and Mark.
So
And I thought it was our policy that if from the tap, the town only provides to the tap.
Yeah. And I was filled by water.
So I would say it's on the customer. But do you need support in that or?
I do. Because he was absolutely sure that that's not the way it was done. I sent him a
Yeah,
copy of the code.
and that's, Miguel and I have talked about this, it's the only reason that I asked Miguel to bring it up with Paul is that. I agree, the code says that the customer is responsible, and so that's what I always go off of. But it sounded like Ben was saying that that's just never what we had done in the past, and so it's. I can't speak to historicism, I think what I had said is that we should talk about this one issue. Going forward, we're gonna go off of the code and the customer will be responsible. But yeah, I wanted to see what, obviously, you guys have been.
How
doing
much
this
is,
longer than.
how much is the invoice?
4,000.
For how long was the run? From the property line to the.
About
sewer
30
tap?
yards. It was
30
across the
yards?
whole, yeah, intersection.
So 90 feet,
Yeah.
it's across the street,
Mhm.
yeah, that's totally unaccustomed.
You agree with that?
So maybe, is there a way that if you got billed by Mark, like the whole family versus one person in the family, maybe we go back and talk to them as a company instead of talking to just Ben.
Well, we get invoiced, a person gets invoiced by the company.
I understand, but it sounds like it was more like misunderstanding in the company. If you guys got.
I'm just saying, I don't think Ben does the invoicing, I think somebody else does it, so maybe Ben was just the point of contact for Miguel,
Correct.
but Ben's not creating.
Just sounds like he's not aware of the policy and for you, it was a different case.
I think for everybody, it's been the case that it's on custom for the last.
So what I'm saying, maybe we should get back to the company as
Yeah.
opposed to getting back to Ben.
I would say so.
Say, this has been our policy and.
But really, I think it's also a conversation with Charles, the customer. Because he should have known.
Right.
It should have been, I don't know who was talking to Charles about the process. I'm assuming it was you two. Charles asked
Yeah.
for a sewer tap.
Yeah, and as far as. I mean. I would think that I would have told him that it was the customer's responsibility, since that's what the code says, but it was
How much did he pay?
6 months ago.
So he paid $1,200.
Yeah.
Did he pay anything else? Which is also a thing that comes up with water and sand in our conversations with them, their tap fees are $5,000. And then the customer still has to pay for the parts and the installation of the tap. So they're paying like $7,800 to hook into sewer in the Baca, and we're charging $1,200, which doesn't include parts, labor.
Just the sound.
Yeah, and so, that would be a really great deal for me to hook into sewer and only pay $1,200 and then have the town pay an additional $4,000 plus for the actual process.
We have,
But we need to know how clear that was to Charles.
so I guess when he did the permit, is there like a sheet that you give him regarding your?
Yeah.
So.
There you go.
Let me check it out.
So I remember, well, I paid Mark Potter for my personal property, right, with the water extension way up to the end of the property, but, I remember the past and getting an invoice, 7 years ago. And it was billed to the town, and then I think she created an invoice for the customer, because yes, the customer had to pay for that, sewer extension. So maybe that's what they're remembering.
Yeah, that was my situation. So
So it is the customer's responsibility? then?
Either way.
I mean, I think right now our policy is any extension on the customer,
It's
town property, if they need it extended a block, then it's on the
Yeah.
customer.
Yeah, but there's a leave and set up, probably would be on an extension, on a reimbursement would be if somebody else taps in
Right.
line, et cetera.
Yeah.
But if that's always been, whether you're running 10 feet or 100 feet, it's on the customer.
Okay. And I did let him know, that I would bring this up this meeting, but any future connections or excavations that it would be on the customers. There was no future.
Did you make any agreement with them? so far about how we'll take care of it? or anything?
Nope, I just said I'd bring it up. That's all I could do. I wasn't on.
It would be helpful to
decision
see
on
the
it.
contract that Charles signed.
Yeah, I've got it pulled up here. It does state in the application to connect, that by signing above, you acknowledge that you have carefully read, understood, and agreed to all of the stipulations set forth in the town's municipal code. It cites the specific code, then including but not limited to, the town's rules and regulations pertaining to sewer service, the costs and regulations pertaining to tapping into the town's sewer service, town's ownership of constructed utility lines, and the property owner's maintenance responsibilities. So it doesn't specifically say it on there, but it does reference that section of the code, and as it's part of the contract that they're supposed to read, understand.
And
read that.
Mark knows who pays for what, so maybe somebody told Charles, like somebody besides Mark told Charles, hey, the town pays for it or something, so there's like a miscommunication on their part. But Mark knows that town doesn't pay for any of that. He's
So,
done it.
Do we hold off on turning, like allowing him to start using it, or is we already using it?
He's already using it.
Is he already getting a bill?
Yeah, he's getting billed.
So you gotta figure out how to get that. I mean, I know he's gonna probably put up a stink and it's $4,000.
Well, but it's not paid to the town, it's paid to Potter, so if he's,
So we got invoiced, so either
we don't accept the invoice.
Okay.
And Potter sends the invoice to Charles, and then Charles goes to Potter.
Last thing is, I have a gentleman, recommended by Colorado Rural Water. His name is Jeff Couch. Genius in the wastewater, world. He's gonna be joining us at 11. To better discuss our options on our wastewater and Baca's wastewater situation. You'll be, amazed on the information he has. So.
Is he coming in or is he on Zoom?
No, he's gonna come in. Yeah, I'll text him now to make sure he's gonna be arriving, but he should be here around 11.
We need a genius for
Yeah, oh yeah, he even gets me like, what's that? So,
Yeah, this
he
guy's
definitely
pretty good.
knows what he's doing.
He's got a number of different projects he's working on around the valley, including West Cliff's new wastewater treatment plants. So that's why he's in the area. First place. He's got a bunch of projects going on down here.
And last thing for my report, I don't know if you guys have been on the Baca website, water and sanitation website. If you have a chance, I recommend you go there. They have the engineering report that they did. That's pretty much saying that we're 30% of their load and why and what numbers make their reasons for that. So
Is that something you could send to Scott and he could email the office?
I don't know, it's like 600 and some pages. I don't know if I could-
Lord.
Yeah, I wanted to print it and then I seen the 6 something. I said, whoa, so. Yeah, if you ask an extra time, it's right under, go to the Baca website, water and sanitation, and on, reports, it'll be right there.
What do you think of that?
I think it's wrong. I did ask them for calibrations prior to that engineering report, and there's nothing. There's the calibration that we asked for in 2022, which he did give me, but anything prior to that, which all that engineering reports numbers are based on that. And at the very end of the whole report, it says one final thing that could be throwing off all the numbers is the meter might not be calibrated. So we're gonna spend all these thousands of dollars to get that engineering report and then not have a calibrated meter. It just don't make no sense to me.
Just to put that in context, we attended a meeting with Water and Sand the other day. So Gary, who does their water and sewer, straight up said that he thinks their plume
Could be too big. Yeah.
could be too big, which would definitely affect the reading. And concerning us having a conversation with the wastewater system and all of these conversations that we're having now, there is a level of sensitivity and responsibility that we have about how we talk about this and how we move forward. And they are looking for a version of a commitment from us, whether that's 5 years or 20 years, so that they know how to move forward. So if we're looking at our own wastewater system, we have a responsibility to be sensitive and clear with them about how we're moving forward so that they can know how to move forward. So I'm all about having that conversation. But I just want us to know that it's bigger than us just getting excited about our own wastewater system.
Thank you.
And I'd like to just commend Adam Kizen for attending that meeting. Steve and I were here with Zoom and Scott here in this building. But you guys pulled it off with good questions, productive, professional. And I think we had some progress.
I think it's awesome.
I thought it was awesome. And you too, Miguel.
Yeah.
I commend all three of you and whoever else, because we're getting somewhere. And everybody wants everything to be fair. And we don't want to rip them off, and we don't want them to rip us off.
Exactly, communication. Yeah.
Yeah, communication, and it was a good meeting, I
Yeah.
thought. But you
I
guys
agree.
had the best questions and the best responses. I really admire. I could have done it.
I thought it was like historical
Yeah.
and that everybody was very clear and transparent.
I only got one negative vibe, but that was at the end of the meeting. But
Yeah.
other than that, I think it was a good deal.
And we had, Dan here putting on Facebook all sorts of stuff about how the water and sand was putting us in our place and how we haven't been. I just feel like the level of trust that we built was super clear, and anybody who missed that was clearly missing what was happening here.
Well, and I'm offended with that person using my father's photo as
Understandably,
his monogram.
Yeah.
I'm offended.
understandably.
Oh, he's the epitome of Chris Stone. What? He's been dead 23 years. I object, and I don't know if I could sue him for that, but it's just not right.
Noted. But yeah, I thought it was historical, and the trust that was built was super, and the communication was
Glad
very
you two
clear.
were there,
very
though.
transparent.
I'm so glad you two were there. You had great questions.
I really think our attorney,
Yeah.
Beth Walker,
Yeah.
really did a great job of representing the town.
Yeah.
He was really super. Yeah.
He was there too.
Yeah.
In person.
The attorney, Seth also did a good job of laying groundwork, the attorney, so that things were in a good place for that meeting.
And they're gonna rewrite it, and there's gonna be about 20 years. So that we can reevaluate it year after year, so it's not a shock factor. I think everyone will again. So let's move forward.
Let's move on. Thank you.
That concludes my report. Do you have any questions?
Thank you. Yeah.
Here.
Okay, for my report, I will start off by passing around an SLB styles isms for you to look at and show to Adam. Only have two, but it's going to that. What it's talking about is a 1 mile trail. Trails Coalition, some while back, connecting Colorado College with the Mountains Wildlife Refuge. That trail has been closed until just now. It's a beautiful walk, it's level terrain. You can get to it by going along to Colorado College Road. The visitor center has this innovative.
Which article?
The top one. Page 1.
Oh, yeah.
Website. The Refuge Center has an extraordinary, innovative, interactive web. At the Welcome Center, their Welcome Centers will be open in June, regularly. And that interactive website, interactive center is like nothing I've ever seen. You can listen to birds chirping outside, it's historical, it's environmental. And it's wonderful. So, this SLB, I think that must be the SLB Lifestyles article on June 2nd stated that in 2016, the Crestone County Board established the Crestone Trails and outdoor open space recreation plan. And along with that, our Trails Coalition was working on various Crestone trails, and this is one of those trails. So the trail ultimately, hopefully will extend and connect more Colorado College, the Refuge Center, the Bata, the town Crestone, and the charter school. And this is all a part of that. It opens, basically it offers non-motorized multi-use opportunities. It's something that our residents as well as tourists can really enjoy. And just end that part with saying that the article ends with a quote from Danny Robin from SLV Go stating, "This is a special, and these trails are a special and unique characteristic of the Crestone community." The other thing that I want to pass around is on the website now. It appeared in August 22nd, 2022. It talks about the best getaway towns in Colorado, and Colorado 22 best towns, of which Crestone was one. And it's a short but very nice presentation that includes really everything that makes it special. Mountaineering, trails, our spiritual centers, and their national parks. That's the good news. The bad news, in my opinion, is that all these tourism efforts are not working well because we have no restaurants, no place for people to come and eat. Tourists come and they want to eat
in the park.
There's nothing. And so we're not getting a good reputation. Our reputation is going down. We very much need at least one, and hopefully, back in the past, we had the Sage, we had the brewery, both of those were nice for dinner. What?
Can I comment? Real quick? So the Sage, I'm helping them with their stuff, and they are gonna be opening at the end of the summer, I believe. And then Bob's is
Well,
going to,
when do you think you
I believe
say?
the Sage is gonna be opening in the summer or the fall. And then Bob supposedly is looking for a general manager, and if they can find that person, they will be. So there will be.
That's great, because that was a great restaurant. And in the past, we had like 5 places to eat. We had the Mystic Room, the Sage, the brewery, the Cloud Station. At any rate, Bob's. At any rate, that's report, and I'm glad to hear what you said, Rick. I was sort of giving up on the Sage. I kept hearing things that kept going forward. Okay, can we take a quick break? Yes, it's time 11 minutes, so we'll take a 10-minute break now.
What do you think about being? I can be anywhere, bro. I'm just here for one topic. That's it. I do this on my computer, but it's in the shop. I feel like it just happened. So there, boss. That's fine. I can break this. That's why my legs ain't open all the way. That's why my legs ain't open. What else? Okay, yeah. God, thank you.
Yeah.
So we need to. Yeah.
No, all right, so. So. And nobody's strawberry, and it's probably glucose, which means, but which is what I'm asking.
You know what, if there's like a spike, someone will take that, but if it's covered, they'll be like. Yes. Yes, there. So we're gonna skip that down.
I know.
I think I want to see if you or not, I gotta figure out a smooth breed.
For the stage, I want to.
Yeah.
Stage.
Yeah.
I think. Great.
Yeah, once we yeah, once we get through. You said you gotta go. Very good, thank you. I'm doing all right. Hopefully we can just go on. Sounds good.
We'll see if, what Jeff, the.
All right, well,
Logistics guy, his time.
Thank you.
Frame is like, and you and him will be the first people, I think.
Also, what do they do as far as getting
Yeah. I bet that fire's not gluten free. I'll bet the fire's not gluten free.
Oh. I bet it's the crust.
I'm calling the meeting back to order. It's 11:05. Next item on the agenda, there's the opportunity for the board members to report or discuss something. Steve.
Okay, so. Scott, I understand, yeah, I understand that, I guess there's been some issues around being able to post. The job title shifts with some of our staff that needs to be publicly posted and I guess we need to post the fact that we're gonna lose our clerk in a couple of months. And so I don't know how far in advance we need to post those changes, but I get, yeah. Allison.
Yeah, I think I'm glad you brought it up, because I think it's a good idea. But the board always had it in the Eagle newspaper, and you have Andrew Martinez's job, the front desk job that probably will become essentially deputy clerk. And then you have to post mine, it's appointed position. Doesn't matter if you have someone you'd like to have as, but you do have to post it legally.
So I,
Like to see them.
yeah, so I guess you and Allison can figure out how to get that stuff posted. And then I got one other thing, I don't know if y'all know, but Fred passed a little more than a week ago. And she, with his backhoe, buried him. And he said, and I don't know if this is true or not, but do we have like a, and Fred was not in a casket, but do we have a way to lower caskets into, and he's just saying, you know, if somebody drops a straight, if you're lowering them manually, it's pretty disrespectful. If you're gonna tip a gasket and have a body, it's just disrespectful that what's gonna happen to the body inside of the box, you know, when you drop one in. So,
yeah, we spent quite a bit of time researching a strapping element. And even lowering a body without a casket, but still having a platform that you could lower down. But at one point in time, I mean, I jumped in the hole and received the body and laid it down. So it's like there's
Fred?
No, this was a few years ago.
Okay. Yeah.
And that was a small person, so it was doable, but it's a serious challenge for safety, liability, and just doing it gracefully.
Right. So, and I agree with Steve that out of respect, you need to lower them appropriately, properly. So who knows what.
Is he being buried in the custom cemetery?
He's buried. Yeah, Steve buried him last time.
And how was he lowered?
Who knows, but.
No casket.
Fred requested being buried in a blanket.
Okay.
And Steve buried him in the box, in the cardboard box that he was brought here. Yeah. Probably easier to deal
So
with.
normally that's the mortician's job or the funeral services job to provide the green indoor outdoor carpet and then.
But where does that come from? The lowering device?
Yeah.
Who supplies that?
Normally it's from the mortician or the funeral company. I don't know, it's, we have a even storage.
An electric device for lowering.
Oh, you do?
Yeah. So maybe talk to the Western End project and just see if they can even maybe make an arrangement to borrow that. You know, I think
It's probably a hand crane.
it's.
What you get together was bushel.
Oh, thanks for the tip.
Yeah,
I'll reach out to them.
Thank you. So, I know that Fred requested no funeral.
Right. Right.
He's a loss. You
Yeah.
know, we fought for 20 years. I will say that during the last 6 months of his life, he changed and we had good conversations. And I talked to Elaine and she said the same thing. Susan?
So are we into another trustee report?
Next is, if there are no more board. There, go ahead.
I just wanted to, speaking of personnel changes, I wanted to remind everyone that I do have a resignation letter on file that's kind of in limbo, but August is gonna have to be my last regular meeting because I'm going into a situation where I'm not gonna be able to be here on Mondays. So that's 2 more months. And I know there's some wonderful citizens and neighbors out there who would love to help in this way. Hopefully you've got someone in mind, or hopefully that right person's gonna come along. So I'll put something like that in writing, I guess. That's it.
For the August meeting. Adam?
Well, then I just want to say on the record that over a year ago, we had an extremely active and engaged and communicative resident who was looking to participate. And you guys all told him that you were going to vote for somebody else and that he should put in his time on the planning commission to do the work, to learn how about the processes. And at some point in time, you could consider inviting Armando to participate in a higher level. I think he's demonstrated more effort than most of us before we got on this board. So I think should be paid that respect, at least to be invited.
It's a good suggestion. I could make I have a suggestion too. I know someone who has tremendous experience in city public works. He's living on Hemlock. He was sitting here all morning. He saw Snooski. Yes. Board of Adjustments. He's passionately interested in helping the town. He is available, has time to come to meetings during the day, the special meetings, etc. And he would like to be a part of our.
No, I just wanted to report that the tree board met about a week and a half ago, just a brief meeting. Just to let you know, the tree board is active. We meet usually about twice a year unless the town has a special request to review. And the tree board had requested, a while back that the 2 trees over by the mercantile lumber, be removed. The one of them fell down here last month, but they're still saying to the board that to consider, like, when funding is available or other works being done, to remove the other cottonwood. It's barely alive, and it could also probably come down in the storm. So please, just to make note that, again, the tree board is just following up on their prior request to, consider that a hazardous tree and put it on the list if somebody's doing that kind of tree work. It's going to be tricky to drop it. But this is just a reminder from the tree board that it's still on that list.
Do we have a budget for the tree board? Because prior years, we spent $1,000 to plant trees. Could we use those funds to cut the trees instead of replanting, where there's, like, for instance, there's a plate that was submitted to the administration that says, my tree, I paid $400 for this tree and it died up by the liquor store. Well, there's no irrigation that goes up there. All a bucket. But if we've got X amount of money for planting trees, could we use those funds to do mitigation?
So I believe there was no money for planting trees in this year's budget. There actually wasn't. I don't think we did it. Last year was the grant that we got for those trees. So it was 100% grant that we had for those trees. But I think we did leave in the budget $1,000 for having to remove trees. We didn't put in, there's no place that we need to plant trees right at the moment, unless we wanted to do a replacement. But I believe in the budget, we had $1,000 because it does come up where there's a tree that's a problem and it could be a hazard. So we were very lucky that when that cottonwood fell, and that farm didn't let land on it, was control the stores. But it's just a tree board saying, please keep an eye on this particular tree. And right now it's still alive, but when you look at it, it's just gonna be a matter of time. So if it's not, you know, if the town's looking and has the ability to do so. And especially if they're gonna bring in somebody with the right equipment, you're gonna have to top that baby first and work your way down on it. So it's just a reminder, the tree board met and they wanted to just bring it to the town attention. Please keep that tree on the list. It wasn't like an emergency, but please keep this one on the list. So that's all my report is. Thank you.
Two things about that. One is, Jason Irwin has a bucket truck that he uses to cut, and usually it's about $1,000 to have him do that. And he did one over here. I paid him for it. It was in the town street, but it was gonna maybe fall on Ryan's house, so I had him cut it. But if Jason, he's really, I think he's pretty good at it. So if you want, I can stay in contact with him and ask him when his bucket truck is.
And it's also, if it came down, it could take out power lines, so maybe this would be something that SLVREC might want to review. That if the town brings it to the attention of SLVREC, they might want to come in and take it down, just because there's power lines crisscrossing through there.
Another thing is over here on Carbonated between Spruce and Alder, there's 2 aspens that are on town property that kind of border Tom Homer's property. They're like right on there, and they're both leaning. And then Jim Homer has a camper that's been sitting there. I think it was his son's, and it looks like one of those aspens is falling that. And I'm wondering, is it going to be our responsibility if you have a camper and that tree falls? Because they're 2 just dead aspens, and then one's just like hanging by a limb.
So the process would be if you see trees, if the town sees trees that they think maybe either be assessed or maybe removed, to just take a look at the tree. And then the tree board takes a look and sees whether or not it's a situation that can be mitigated, if it's really a problem or not. I would recommend we either remove or replanting. We have in the past, the last request 2 years ago, we consulted with Adam Ward, a state forester, and he also gave us his opinion on the health of trees. So that would be the process.
Okay. But my question is, if it does fall on a camper that's sitting there in the town right away, that's been sitting there for a while, are we gonna, I don't think Jim would hold us responsible, but might.
I've been on him to move that camper.
But if a tree's on public property and it should fall onto private property, I believe it's on the town's dime. We've had to replace fences and
But this is
replace roofs.
the camper it's a camper that's in the town property. So it's
in the street.
It's on the town right away.
You know, the same thing could be said if somebody's parked in front of your store on town property and the tree falls on in your parking lot. You know, the town is responsible. You know, the only other alternative, and I don't know if we can even do so, is to tell a property owner, hey, you're parked in a hazardous situation. We're gonna close off parking in this location until we can remove a tree or blah, blah, blah. So I don't really know. I think we just need to go look at the trees, but otherwise, yeah, it's just like anybody's car that's parked on the town street. It's legal to park on the street. And if a tree that's on the town property falls, the town can be liable, especially if you know there's a problem with the tree.
So are we creating a list of the problem trees that are on the town property? Is there a list? Because the reason I bring it up, because Lars pointed out a cottonwood that's leaning or rotting, power lines. If it goes, we're going to take out some power lines, and it could potentially damage the houses. So there's a problem tree there. So does anybody have a list of these problem trees?
Now, number one, if it's on private property, it's his problem,
Public,
but if it's.
he pointed out, it's
So I
public.
do know for a fact that Public Works did go through a list, took photos
Yeah.
of problem trees that were in the streets.
Yeah,
They submitted that list to the tree board,
right.
sat on it for 2 years, submitted it back and said, we need to do something that needs trees. So there is a list.
Okay,
There has been a list for quite some time.
okay.
But what used to be $200 spent down a tree is now over $3,000.
Yeah.
So we're kind of in a budget crunch regarding what is the priorities and what is not the priorities. That's why I was trying to get some money out of it.
So, I mean,
So that we could get rid of some of these problem trees.
we were going
And
after
one at a time.
mitigation grant at some point that would have helped with some of that stuff.
Was up here picking their nose.
Yeah,
They were sitting there, we could have got them to work. They were, you know, RAC says, no, not unless there's a power line. You know, so, you know, it's juggling, but we do have a list, so that's already been done.
Scott, will you do, for that one tree that might fall on a power line, will you get a hold of, REC and just see if they'll?
Yeah. I will, which, so I can describe it to them.
I don't know exactly which tree it is, which.
Which part is it?
The one I'm thinking.
It's the one that is at risk of falling on a power line.
So there was a pair of them. It's right by the lumberyard. And it's before you get to the lumberyard, everybody drives around the tree. And it was of those two trees, one of them last month or whatever broke. And then Public Works came and cut it off at the bottom. So its companion tree that's there is still alive, but barely. And it's also one of those things that if it comes down, it could very well hit the power line. So it'd be good to take a good look at it, maybe take some photos of it and see if the SLDREC can do it. I think the other one that did fall was much more of a problem. But if they can help with removal of this, just because of power lines in that area, that would be great.
can I get the information about the tree that's bordering Lars's property? So he claims it's on town property, so I can get that location to you? And it's relation to a power,
Yeah,
okay,
absolutely, please do call.
And then when you have questions about like those, like the one on Carpenter and the one by Myers, the process is to just let the tree board know that these are two trees that look to be a problem. Have the tree board kind of review them. But when it comes down to if there is a tree that is actually a threat to public or private property, the board's decision can override. I mean, that's a priority is whether or not it's an actual danger. If it's iffy or not, you know, and we might say, oh, let's just cut these branches off here.
Hey, anything else?
Any basis in having.
Yeah, I apologize for interrupting. I was just wondering, because I'm not there live, if the Genius Lagoon guy was there and if he was going to have an opportunity to do his presentation before the lunch break.
He's here and we're still moving through the agenda, so he'll be in 3 or 4 agenda items.
Okay, thank you.
Your reputation precedes you. Your reputation precedes you. Is that really bad?
So the next thing on the agenda, moving on is administrator.
Yeah, so there's obviously I would encourage you guys to read the report, but I'll touch on just a couple items in here and I'll try to brief. The Cottonwood Bridge, I've been asking Adam Fish, who is the engineer that did the inspection that resulted in our replacement order from TDOT. I've been reaching out to him about what the status is of the bridge, how close are we to needing to close it, etc. And he came back and said that we we don't need to close it, and they're gonna do another inspection at the end of the year or beginning of next year and give us an update then. Like I said, that they just want it to be on our minds, but it's not in a state where they were down for traffic. So, for at least the rest. So that was just positive news on that. Miguel already talked a little bit about Jeff from Lagoon Logistics. And yeah, I just wanted to comment that was the reason I brought that up at the meeting with the water district, which maybe wasn't the most tactful move, but I did, just in the interest of transparency, they had suggested 3 options to us, and then we hadn't talked about the third option. Since we had gotten that letter, I had been doing a bunch of research. I know Miguel had been doing more research than I on what our options really were, and so that's why I wanted Jeff to come in and give a little presentation on what our options really are. So I'm looking forward to that in just a little bit here. As far as posting jobs and redoing some job descriptions, it's been a little bit in a state of limbo with, we're getting the supplemental budget figured out and everything. Do you guys want me to go ahead and come to the next meeting with some firm job descriptions of what I've proposed so that we can make some moves on what we've all discussed about combining positions, et cetera? Yeah. Okay, cool. That's what I'll do for the next meeting then. And I will go ahead and I'll just leave it at that for right now. I know that obviously we've got a couple people here to speak. I know that Nick needs to leave at noon. So I want to, we've got a few more reports here, but I want to make sure to give some time to him to run through the quick things that you need to do, updates in 4th of July in the state. Yeah.
Any updates on tablet?
Yeah, updates on tablets. I have done some shopping around. I ordered, I found one that I thought would be good, ordered it, and it got here, and I think it's just way too small for our needs. So I have another one that's coming in the mail that I'm gonna test out. It actually comes with a little keyboard also, which I thought might be helpful for y'all, and it's a bigger tablet. So I'm working on it.
And then I don't know if y'all are still having conversations about the audio to make it better for Zoom. Can I ask Dan Gray a question about audio?
Well, I wanted to go ahead and have this presentation.
Okay, but we're in the interim report.
Well,
Sure, it'd be quick. Can I just ask Dan something? Dan? Can you hear me? Is he muted?
Let's see. Yes, but I didn't.
Dan, you're muted. Can you hear me?
Great.
Well, the system that the water and sand had was, I thought, pretty cool. The owl, so I was curious if Dan could hear that better than he can hear ours, but it's like a central device with, I would assume, a surround microphone and camera. So it like gets a fisheye view of everyone, but I thought it was pretty awesome.
So Kim and I witnessed that, yeah, the
It was
audio was
good.
good.
We've talked about getting one, except doesn't necessarily help our own audio.
No.
My thought was that we should do like a 2-part thing, one for the internet that is like that, and then the other one for us, where we have monitors that face us and you can adjust the volume.
Sure.
And then microphones that are ported and run back to the soundboard, as opposed to this wire. I think this is the problem with our mics. Is that-
But I can hear y'all.
Yeah.
I just think they need to be able to hear that.
Right.
Well, I go to meetings, board meetings all the time, and ours is the worst system by far. It just doesn't work on the other.
So the
ones.
Yeah, I'll do some research on it. And actually, I'm glad that you reminded me about the owl specifically. I had heard at the managers conference that I went to that during COVID, a lot of big municipalities got a number of owls, one for each conference room, et cetera. And then since coming back to the office, a lot of them have stopped using all of the ones that they bought. So I'll reach out to the managers listserv and see if we can use
owl. Very good.
Yeah, they're about $1,000.
Could you hear us at that?
Yeah, you guys did great.
They're $1,000 on Amazon.
All right.
For the good,
thanks.
for like then there's a
Okay.
refurbished one.
Scott, you're looking.
Yeah, I'll do some research.
Do you have more with your reports?
No, that's all I.
So, is this a good time to have this presentation that we're talking about? Denise is waiting around.
Do you want to do your report real quick, Allison?
Yeah.
I'll send it a short. And then we can, is there somebody else who needs to talk before?
Yeah, just a couple of people, yeah.
Yeah.
We'll get Nick.
Yeah, that's fine. That's pretty good. Yeah.
So in the clerk's report, you'll see, I copied and pasted here, the response from CIRSA regarding when someone constructs, third party constructs on town property. So this is all about the stage, and I've given, Nick a copy of this, so he knows what he has to do for whoever's building it. The town knows who's building it, and you read what I put here. But basically, we need, this information, the document before any construction and then after, for proof, that it's safe to use. And CIRSA will get these two things from me, and then that we got from Nick. And basically, then they will insure the stage. So it's like, it's fairly simple, but this has to be done. Like, you know that.
I would just want to make sure that we get documentation, something in writing, that once it's established, it's town property. So that if something gets ticked off or something, they can't just haul it off. I want it in writing.
Okay, so that,
it becomes town property once it's built.
So that is something beyond the insurance part, but the
Right.
town can request that, yes. This is now town property and, well, if it's, well, actually, if it's built in the park, it automatically is, but as far as the usage and liability coverage, this is what this little paragraph's about. And then, but that's a good idea too. So building inspector, I've worked a lot on this, and the people who were interested fell through, so if anyone has any suggestions, let me know another time, and I'll work on it some more. Attached to, we had the report sent to me about our audit, and our inspector, we got a score of 92, which is very good, but he and for to protect the board, he strongly recommends that the board take an ethical behavior class, and it's online, and he can give me the information. And I can set it up like in July or something. It doesn't have to be right now. I think it's like 1 or 2 hours.
Didn't we have that course already?
No, it's a different one. Yeah, this is something that they don't have in their records, and that the whole board member didn't sign a thing that they took it, and this particular one, he strongly advises it getting done. And then that's something this summer to work on, and then complete the structural work associated with the grant to fix this building. Those are the only 2 things to put on there that get done.
Yeah, what we have is CML training and then we got the photographics thing from our attorney.
This is our insurer, your insurer. Yeah.
He had the staff tape. But no, your courses also, it's not just you guys.
Yeah, we have to take them through the year, yeah.
Okay, can you remind us when the
Well,
deadline?
by the end of the month, I'll send out a thing to everyone, what date's good, it'll just be a work session where you watch this. Okay, it's okay with you guys, but I think July would be good to get it done.
We could also take it individually, right? If it's
Yeah.
just-
Oh, as a group, he told me,
All right.
I'm gonna verify, I'll call him, yeah, he said they needed to can take this and fill out a attendance. But if they can do it individually. And the last thing I was gonna say is that, it's June, and I've been working on, the many pages of paperwork for the renewal of your stuff for 2024, and basically done with it. So, it's basically you're having the same coverage as you did the past year. You do have something added. You will have the stage later included, of course, after that documentation is provided, but, it's basically the same thing we've been getting. So anyway, that behind the scenes, I've been working on that, and I think that is my report.
Thank you, Melissa. Good, but, Lisa here? Lisa?
Yeah, this is. Yeah, you want to do Nick first?
We go
See
with
what we
the
got.
presentation.
We're gonna do Nick first, because he has to leave at noon and been here all day is what everybody's been saying. Over there.
Okay, Nick.
Okay, oh yeah, I'll be quick, I promise. Okay, a couple of updates. First, the stage. Okay, first of all, I raised about 14,000 for the stage so far. I'm apparently good at fundraising, especially if I'm in drag. But my woodworker, he is also a wood artist. He was just kicked out of his house because his landlord wanted to sell his house now. I won't say whose name it is, but you all know her. And so we spent the last 3 weeks moving him into my house because he had no place to live. So now I have a tenant until the stage is finished. So I have a good reason to get this done. But we are still hoping to have it done by the 4th of July, but I won't know for the next week or so if that's going to be possible. I really want to have it done, at least the canopy, but anyways. So that's that. No problem with the insurance. I've done this before. We can get that done. I wanted to give you a quick update on the 4th of July as well. We have all the bands booked now. We have about 5 bands coming from around the state. I have again, apparently I'm good at fundraising. We have now committed about $11,500 for you guys gave 4,000, the county gave 4,000, and I've raised another however much that is, 3,500 from just $500 donors who wanted to get involved. So I'm gonna ask you guys. Yep. And anyways, so we're hopefully gonna have a nice robust budget to make sure everything happens nice. Let's see. I will have the agenda and all that stuff for the Eagle and an ad. This year's theme is freedom in unity. Freedom in unity is the theme, and the Grand Marshal is going to be Eden and Leah, who helped move the food bank to the interim food bank to the library. I think she's done an extraordinary job and really gotten involved with Casita Park and things like that. So I'm excited for her to be the Grand Marshal. So that's it. Yeah. Eden. Yeah.
She's the library staff and
yeah,
huge community.
Yeah.
Servant item.
Extraordinary. Thanks.
Oh, I think Nick had asked me for approval for
yes,
to
thank
get chairs
Chairs
for
and-
the town sponsored event. I just wanted to put that to the board.
Chairs, tables, and the stage. If I can get those for free, that'd be great.
Yeah.
Make a motion to let them use chairs and tables with her.
And stage.
And stage.
And say, and
Can we get the stage early? And have it?
Yeah, totally, that'd be great. Yeah.
I'll second.
discussion?
Is there gonna be a number count?
Yeah, let's take an inventory.
Oh, yeah, easy, yeah.
Yeah, we'll still do the checkout form.
Yeah,
and
yeah,
everything.
perfect.
Just we split the
Okay,
fees.
thank you.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Thanks, you're doing the one that.
Thanks, guys.
Next Sunday, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, I am gonna do one last performance of 3 songs from Cabaret at the 4th of July. A, because my parents have never seen me sing, and B, because I feel like I could do the fundraiser. All right, see you later. Bye.
Is that your stuff?
No.
Or it's for Jack. Do you guys want to, Jack, what's your timing looking like?
I'm open for when I gotta be in Fort Garland at 3, so we got plenty. So whatever fits your schedule is fine.
We don't want to take lunch.
Because I'll take longer. than
We
15,
have time to do this before lunch. Come on up.
Okay.
Right, let me make sure that Lisa will be around after lunch. Since that's the order of the agenda, just to make sure that she's not gonna,
Okay.
we don't end up in a problem where she's gotta go and then you got no one.
Anytime? Yeah. Ready? Okay.
No problem, Lisa will be here.
Okay, my name's Jeff Cow. I'm with a company called Lagoon Logistics LLC. Where we do water, wastewater specifically, mostly in small towns. Small towns are a special segment and they have special needs, so. So I'm working on about 10 projects in the valley here. And the reason we got involved is, I'll give you an example of Creed, Colorado. They have some ammonia issues and some metal issues with their lagoons. And they went to the engineer, and the engineer did what engineers do, did a nice report, looked at it. Oh, by the way, for a town of 300 people, they said that'll be $25 million. And I went, and they went, and the town went, everybody said, no, you can't do that. You could pay everybody in town about 50 grand and bulldoze a town, and it would be better return on your dollar than trying to stick $25 million into a little lagoon system. We found that in Monte Vista, where they have problems with their lagoons. They're sludged up a little bit, basically. And the engineer came in, did the same thing. Good engineer, good report. Town of Monte Vista, that'll cost you $40 million. So that's what you're getting into now with wastewater. And there's several reasons for that, but one of them is CDPHE is starting to ratchet down the limits on what you can discharge into the streams or discharge into the ground. And for example, in Round Mountain up at West Cliff, again, the engineer came in, did his thing. They were having arsenic and phosphorus issues. Lagoon system that really hadn't worked for them. Engineer came in and said, okay, they went through the approval, got the approval process. CDPHE loved what they were doing. The bids came back $18.4 million. That's for a town of 1,000. So what CDPHE did to them, and they had several discussions and public hearings, is they lowered the arsenic limit to 0.02 parts per billion. Drinking water is 10, and they forced them down to 0.02, which is below detection limits. You can't tell from the lab that you've reached that point. You can come close, but they can't see that close with their equipment. So that's what you're dealing with. Phosphorus went down to 0.05 milligrams per liter. Don't want to bore you with the technical stuff, but that's almost impossible to meet for a lagoon. So we figured out a way to do that, and we're going to do that whole thing for them for about $2 million. So 2 million versus 18.4. They can afford the 2. They already have the grants in place, and so we're working on that with CDPHE right now. So those are the issues you see. You've got a unique situation. Before I get into that, part of the reason I'm here, got involved with that, was from references. We work with Red Rocks Community College, and several of their students lived in Creed and in West Cliff. And they said, go talk to Jeff, go talk to his group. And we came up and did testing in the lab. Actually became a teaching experience for us with Red Rocks. And every time we went to a town, then Rural Water got involved, Dave Diss. And Dave kind of is visits all the lagoons around and systems around, especially small towns, because they're all having problems. So you're not alone in this. And he recommended we call so and so and so and so, and that's how I got Crestone's name. And then I had a chance to meet with Miguel and Scott here about 2 weeks ago, I think it was. Sat here and talked about issues and stuff like that. Got real familiar. So started nosing around and looking and trying to get familiar with your system, well, where you're at, maybe a little better way of handling what you do right now. And I think what was expressed is some of the same costs, both monthly for the operation, but also for your share of the new treatment facility they're going to have to build is pretty pricey for a town this size. So so we're trying to work around that and figure out a way maybe to provide a solution that will allow you to do something that's basically environmentally friendly, does what you need to do, but it's economical enough for you to afford and maybe even make a little money. So that's what I've kind of been looking at. Part of the thing, Element Engineering for Baca Drum did a report. And I don't know if you've seen that or not. It talked about a lot of good information. Talked about what's going on, who they serve, basically what they have to do. And the bottom line is they're going to have to build a new plant. They're out of compliance in several issues with their plant now. And so everything's going to go up. So I think I heard a number of $6,000 per month to have them receive and treat your wastewater. And then there's a huge lump sum amount you're part of the their new construction, and they're just starting that right now. They're gonna do it with the water system as well. Very detailed, identifies the flows, identifies the populations, and your percentage of all that, it turns out, since we've talked, it's about 5%. So that plant basically is probably gonna cost $30 or $40 million to replace.
13.
13? Thank you. And so anyhow, that's 5%, still a lot of money. But I think it's the monthly charge more than anything. So I was asked to do a little looking and come up with maybe some alternatives. So I reached out. And the first thing is, do you continue to go with them? The biggest decision is, you continue to go with them and work out that situation, or is it worthwhile to break free and do it on your own? And basically, so that's the first big decision. And until they have firm numbers on what they're doing and get into a little bit more in the design, they're not going to have a final number. But from what I'm hearing right now, you're not going to be able to afford it either way, either the charge or that impact fee that they're going to charge for the new plant. So so that needs to be refined a little bit. The other thing is to break out on your own. And there's two simple ways to do that. One is a mechanical system, like a Aramco Advantex. They're in the valley. There's like 5 of them in the valley. The school is out on Highway 285. There's 3 schools there. They're all run Advantex. They've been in for 20 years. A little pricey. They're about $1 million to $1.5 million. You need a Class B operator, but they will take care of it. It's underground. Doesn't take a lot of space. And from that system, you can either use a leach field or direct discharge into the creek, or reuse, potable reuse or non-potable reuse. So potable reuse, by the way, is coming into style here really well, but they will allow you to have a quality of water that you can put directly back into your water system. Another way to do it is a non-mechanical system, which is lagoons. And lagoons, I've read it. There's also a report on your, basically went through and did a rate study. And in that report, the person that wrote the study said that the state doesn't like lagoons, and especially new lagoons and that type of stuff. And it's not going to be allowed treatment. Well, the reason for that is because of ratcheting down the requirements so much, most lagoons can't meet them. But we use lagoons, and then we upgrade those lagoons, put in improvements that help those lagoons function and do a better job actually than some of the mechanical plants. And they're a lot less expensive. So, there's 2 options based on costs and based on your flows. I think you could go get into a lagoon system with some aeration, with some algae, with some microbes, and with electrocoagulation at the end. And I'll show you kind of what all that is in a second. But that is your cheapest option per gallon treated, your cheapest operational budget that you'll see anywhere. And we're taking 7 of them in the valley here into CDPHE in the next 3 months. And I'm looking at 10 others for all the lagoons. All the lagoons around, by the way, in the valley, same thing. They've been there for 30, 40 years. They function great based on the old requirements that they had, but they're all getting tired. They've all sludged up. In other words, all the debris from the 20 or 30 years now is found a home in those lagoons. And because of that, it's compromised the ability of those lagoons to provide any effective treatment at all. So, so they have to desludge. I'm going down to Fort Collins. Their bid to remove sludge was $150,000. Didn't buy them anything, just buy some empty hole. It doesn't do anything more for meeting the 2027 criteria or improving the water that they have. Lahara, they have 2 great cells that are oversized really for what they have for a town of 700. But they're 7 foot deep, but they're 6 foot full of sludge. And I asked them to measure their sludge depth, and they laughed at me and they said, "Go look." And there it is. You can see there's about that much water on top and 6 foot of nasty organic material underneath. Basically, their cost of going to desludge mechanically $1.5 million for a town of 700 people to desludge and get those lagoons healthy again. And then they still just have 2 holes in the ground, and they can't meet what's coming from CDPHE. So there's all sorts of rabbit holes to go down that won't get you anywhere. But what we're looking for is trying to get you a system, or first of all, help you make a decision. Do you stay with Banca Grande or do you leave? And if you leave, what's the best thing? And part of I did reach out to CDPHE, And I got a response back. Or I didn't mention any names or anything for this type of situation. Dave Kurz responded to me. He's the director of engineering. He said, Jeff, we don't get into the business aspect of it. How you make that mechanism work. You've got a water district. I don't really know much about the water, but you could combine the water and wastewater. You're already staffed there. You're already set up that way. It would be easy to add the wastewater treatment side of it to that district. You can create an enterprise fund. You can do it on separately. There's all sorts of ways to do that. The state doesn't get involved in it. You're free to do whatever you want to do. And my question today was basically, let's say word got out on the street, and you'll get out on the street real quick. Is that if you separate or want to separate, and then CDP HE doesn't approve what you're going to do, whether it's mechanic or whatever, it becomes too expensive. Have you made them mad enough that they won't let you back in, or they'll try to cut you off, or they'll do something nasty? There might be some retribution there. So the decision you make, we want to do it in a way that either way you go, you're still in good standing with Rocketdyne, and they don't get shoved into a corner where you have to do something. So as you do this, you want to make sure that it fits in conjunction with what they would feel comfortable with it to somebody that they can't really tell you what to do, but to break away from them. Now, the good side of that is your flow. You've only got population wise about 5%, flow wise about 10%. Your flow basically helps them keep their process in place for a little bit longer, and they won't have to build that new plant if you're separate. And so that there's an advantage there. And so even if you didn't disconnect, you could treat, and that would lower the pounds of debris or pounds of BOD that you discharge to them, which would also help them and would keep them out of the process of having to renew everything for 1, 2, 3, 5 years maybe. So ultimately, they could still have to do an upgrade. So there's all sorts of scuttlebutt about the plant there that's been mismanaged. That basically one of the comments was basically one of the discussions was that they felt that the sewage here was causing them problems with the treatment of that process. That it was always upsetting their plant, and I don't believe that in the least. You know, that's ridiculous. So they're looking for ways to make excuses and to spread their cost and responsibility out. I don't think you want to do that. So anyhow, I'm going to pass a picture out, and I'll have I'll do this. Here's, I think I've got enough for everybody. And yeah, if anybody wants to see. Oh, I'll take it. I'll take it. I blew that in the other room. Yeah, I blew that in. I wanted to kind of show you an impact of what going to a lagoon system basically would look like. And this is Wagon Wheel Trailer Park on south of Alamosa. They have 65 trailers. That equates to a population basically of about 180 people, a little bit more than you, but the flows are about the same for the flows we have. And if you look at their system, they have 7 lagoons, and they're kind of in the background in the photo here. And so they pump in from the trailer park, pump in this lagoon, and then it goes to this lagoon, this lagoon, this lagoon, this lagoon, this lagoon. It's hard to operate. It's a mess, and it's full of weeds right now. But they never had any discharge. And the state came down to them and said, "Hey, where's your discharge?" I don't know. Well, you're putting all the sewage in these lagoons. Where's it go? Well, they did some studies, and it all leaches into the ground as raw sewage. So they had to stop that, and their estimates were $3 to $5 million. Basically, for a mechanical plant, we're going to do it for about $600,000. So there's a difference that you see right there. What we're doing is we're going to keep it in operation. What we do is, you can see the 2 lagoons right here. We're consolidating those 7 lagoons to 2, and note that's the size your lagoons would look at. and then we add algae, we incubate algae on site, and we introduce algae, and that provides oxygen to take care of all the organic material. Normal lagoons are 2 milligrams per liter, we're about 20. And that gives those ponds enough pure O2 molecule and oxygen to be healthy lagoons. So we do that there. We also inject microbes into the lagoon. And those microbes, they consume oxygen and carbon, which is the waste that comes into the lagoon. They create water and they create carbon dioxide. So the algae likes the carbon dioxide, they produce oxygen, and it gets to be this cycle of life thing, and they just feed on each other and just go yahoo, and you will not see any of the sludge in that lagoon, which is typically a problem. And odor goes away, no duckweed or anything else. It looks like a trout stream. That's a little bit of an overstatement, but it's clear. I mean, it's pretty good water in the lagoon. And then we use diffusers to push basically air to keep that all the algae, microbes, and the organic material up to the top of the lagoon. They play well in the sunlight together, and they get total digestion of all organic material. Then at the end, we use something called electrocoagulation, which is running water up through electrified blades. It's been on the market for, it's been around for 90 years, it's been in the market for 35, 40 years for municipal wastewater. But it does disinfection, takes out all the hormones, viruses, biologicals. You don't need chlorine or ultraviolet light for disinfection. And also takes out PFAs, PFOs. You probably don't have many of those around here, but that's getting to be a real problem with bigger communities. Just takes all that stuff out, and it doesn't just put it in the solids. It basically destroys the molecules. It actually destroys the cell walls and just goes in and destroys the nucleus of those elements. So what you get out is from that, it's a drinkable water. Basically, you could put it right back in your stream. I'm doing that in La Junta, and to take out selenium. So we're going to go direct potable injection from lagoons in La Junta over the next 5 years, saves them $100 million. Yeah, wow.
Do you ever use them for like ponds or creating like fire ponds or things like that, where you could?
Well, that was the next point. Is when they're at that point, I mentioned potable reuse, but you can also do non-potable reuse. I see a golf course when I drive in. I'm going to sell them the water. There's a revenue stream for you. Type 1. Or what I show in this one, these are galleries. We're going to go down hole with it. Since there's no creek or anything around there. They're about 2 miles from the Rio Grande River. So we're going to do groundwater injection into an aquifer. And then we get credit for that water. So there's groundwater reinjection, potable, non-potable. You can get a discharge from it and go into the stream directly. Or you can sell that water, have guys. Actually, the water's so good out of that lagoon, you can have them come in, pump out of your lagoon and use that water elsewhere, wherever they want. You can go irrigate fields for the ag industry here. And that's kind of what we're doing this. Like I said, I've got 7 of them coming in. The one, first one is basically more of a demonstration project right now, is Round Mountain Water District in West Cliff, Silver Cliff. So it's going.
Just a quick
Oh,
question, Jeff.
Yeah.
Yeah, years ago, I worked for a sewer department. So does the coagulation take the place of that flocculation stage where they have to gather that?
Does it all in one stop.
Oh, okay.
The lagoons are really, the first, that bigger cell is a primary treatment. The smaller cell is a secondary treatment. And then the electrocoagulation is tertiary treatment or final treatment. It takes all of that out. Yeah, it really works well. When you charge that electricity, it creates a slurry. I've got pictures of it here, how it works. And so the reason I mention that, and of course, we use that quite a bit. We got plans you can go see if you want to show that, but that seems to be right now the cheapest alternative, simplest to operate. And so we talked to Miguel, we said, find me a place, I only need about 1.5 acres, 2 acres. You got 2 acres around here somewhere closer to the creek. You know, it's a no-brainer. Yeah.
Can you be like if you had to pump it up, can you do that, or is it kind of like it has to follow gravity?
No, once it goes through the plant, it's all gravity. Coming in, we may have to pump up into the lagoon. It depends on the grade, but if it's down close to the creek, so a lot of times I can gravity flow in and it'll gravity all the way through the process. So,
But I mean, if the land that we had available was uphill, do you usually have, then you'd have like a pumping station?
little pumping station, I put a concrete ring in, drop a pump in a wet well, and for this, since it's already been treated, just pump it. Basically.
No, I'm talking about before before, so like if, can the lagoons be up somewhere?
Oh,
Pumping raw sewage up.
I'm sorry.
Sewage up.
Oh, absolutely. You can pump it anywhere. I try to stay away from that because when you put a pump in, you got electricity in 3 bays and it costs some money, but yes.
So acre and a half to 2 acres, you're saying?
Mhm.
And how far away from their nearest residential habitation?
200 feet.
200 feet?
Yeah.
And no odor issues?
No odors. No odors. The ponds don't flip in the spring and in the fall. You don't get anything on top of them, basically, and with microbes.
What's going on in that greenhouse? Do you need like a specialist in there running it, or?
No, it's a. What? Good question. Typically, I buy greenhouses from a manufacturer. And this is 100-foot long for 2,000 gallons per day. It's a big one, a town of 2,000 people. This is in Oklahoma. So it's just a regular greenhouse. And in that greenhouse are 1,000-gallon tanks. And so basically we culture algae directly into those tanks, and the algae will sustain itself, you can't kill it. We've had pesticide dumped in it, we've had everything up in it. We clean the tanks out, we just put water in and they culture themselves. So, but they're not hard to reculture at all. Then we keep one tank and we grow microbes in another tank. It's all gravity to come out, they come into basically into a surge tank, and then we pump out of that surge tank into the lagoon directly. And
So how much land is needed for the whole facility?
Acre and a half. 2 acres.
Usually I would probably go 2 acres, depends on what you want to do with it.
What do you think the monthly operating cost is?
Monthly operating costs in conjunction with what you're doing with water is about, for this size of facility, is about $500-600 a month. That's electricity. Yeah, that's electricity. That's basically time for well to go in the morning. Typically in the morning, just make sure the pumps are running, nothing's overflowed. Yes.
What are the maintenance costs that we need to be doing something?
It's within that $500-600 a month. Yeah, there's no maintenance to it. And we keep the sludge out of it so that you'll never have to be sludging. And so basically you go in, here's like any pump, when we pump, we have a pump, we have to feed the algae a little bit. So we have a small pump there in the surge tank. There's a pump right in the bottom of that tank. It's submersible. And just like any pump, they work, they take a look, but they need, be cleaned occasionally, or, every 3 years you might lose one. But the pumps we put in typically last 20 years.
So I'm assuming you did your calculations based on our current customer quantity?
Well, yes and no. That's for the base, but then CDPHE wants you to add a 35% factor in it, so you make sure that you're taking care of growth.
And I think that there's a lot of debate. You're throwing out that we're 5% of Baca's total. And they're throwing out 30. I'm guessing it's around 20-25%, because while we only have 65 customers, some of those customers have entire apartment buildings, so we might be closer to 85-90 customers. So even adding 35%, I would say adding 35% to our current customer list is getting us closer to what our actual usage is right now. So I'd be looking at doubling and wondering what that does to size and operation.
And that's a great thought, and that gives me all sorts of flexibility. It would add another one of those small lagoons, which I would make that secondary cell bigger. So it would just, instead of a big one, a small one, we have 2 big ones.
And you're about to talk about adding 12 customers, or?
20.
Okay, so we're growing, so this is.
Yeah, and the other part of that is, as you grow, and you've got pretty, the boundaries look square on the map, but it didn't look like you had that much you could add, but you've got probably another room for another, 100 people, 100 homes maybe?
Possibly. So
what you want to do is take that number, anticipate any businesses that are going to come in. And so there's a growth factor that you have to do over the 35%. 35% is a guess. The better the numbers, the better we know what your master plan is. In Creed, they have, we had it really nailed down. And then the public works director said, oh, I forgot to tell you, there's a 1,000 lot subdivision approved over here. And I went, oh my goodness gracious, 1,000 lots for a town of 300. That's another 3,000 people. And I'm going, so then the permit was set for that. And I'm going, oh my goodness. So we're going to use their footprint. They anticipated some of that. I have a 30-day holding time. And so we're able to do this. The lagoons are keeping me in business just by adding algae and supercharging those lagoons and hitting with the EC at the end. By the way, the metals is the big thing. They can't get rid of them because it comes from the mountainside, the silver mines and all that stuff. And they they're not meeting the metal limits right now. And the CDPHE came in and said, oh my God, you're gonna have to do this. And we have last testing, ammonia non-detect, phosphorus non-detect, all the metals that they want, plus the new ones coming in 2027, all below detect limits with that pond, with the one system.
So this is expandable or?
Very expandable. In fact, maybe go 2.5 to 3 acres and leave your room. And then.
But do you do that at the beginning or can you expand in 5 years?
You can expand in 5 years. And so there's two things. One is what I'm trying to do is get you out of an economic boondoggle of paying for that new lagoon and the monthly charges. You can control your own destiny. You can charge your own rates. You can do what you want to do. It gives you all sorts of flexibility. That's number one. I want to keep you in business. Quite frankly. Number two is I want to do something that meets criteria now. Well, we have a good heads up on what it's going to be in 2027. So we want to protect you for that. So you don't have to get into that same thing with Baca Grande in 3 years when they get shut down. And that's a little extreme. When those new limits come out, it's going to cause all sorts of problems for them because they're not meeting them now. So that we keep you out of that element as well, which is only going to cost you a lot of money. So, yeah. Go ahead.
The amount of time to build this, once there's a piece of property that's been chosen?
Building is the easy part. In my memo this is with any new process. This is a new system. And so you have to go through the protocols with CDPHE, Reg 22, and all the other stuff that goes on. I brought him with me and I brought his response here. Anyhow, he stepped through that with me. And my concern was that if you got into a process for a new system, that he might not give you a discharge permit. But if you do it, follow the regs and stuff like that, he can't stop you. I mean, as long as you meet every criteria, then he'll go with you. And he was pretty positive about it, actually. So again, I didn't want to put you in a position where you do all the stuff, planning, get this going, get it approved. And then the CDPHE shuts you down, and then you have to go back to Baca Grande or something. Because they don't want to get all these little discharge permits everywhere. They want to kind of consolidate as much as possible. So, but he was pretty positive about it. So if he's positive, then he's a man of his word. He's a good guy, actually. We've been working with him now for 20 years, and he's given us some good information. I've got that memo. In fact, I should probably give it to you. You get your copy of it so that you know that the state is behind. Well, he's.
I just had a question. You've been working with educational, like on educational stuff as well. Is there opportunity, like, with universities or whatever to play into this? How does that work? Because there's a piece of land, but it's considered to be dedicated towards education. And maybe we can use that as a.
This hits biology, this hits metals, this hits environmental, this hits water, it hits all the elements. And the reason I can say that is we do a lot of testing. We test water before we do anything. So I don't want to do anything cold. Municipal water is amazing. Even though it's all municipal water from different towns, it's all different. It has different elements. Some have metals, some don't. Some have a lot of selenium. You need to know where you're going and have the lab test before you go. We did some teaching for Red Rocks Community College for the education part of it. They were so excited about what we're doing. They said, why don't you use our lab? So we ship water from it, like take a sample, or like with Round Mountain. We stand it up overnight. We run it through the electrocoagulation process, and then we take it to a lab for analysis. Typically around here, we use the one in Alamosa. So at the end, you know exactly what's going on. And I'll show you what that water looks like. Type stuff. And so with that, we use the lab. They bring kids in when we're doing our testing, when we're running the electrocoagulation. Red Rocks has one of the top rated water resource engineering programs in the nation. And they train the future plant operators, guys who are working for public works directors. Once those guys go through that program, they've got jobs. That's how, we're short on operators right now. Yes.
I'm still not understanding. Are you telling us that the state of Colorado with its myriad of water regulations, including CDPHE, approves of this system?
Yep.
They don't give you any problems?
Oh, they'll give me problems. They always do, but now the reason I know that is we are literally 2 weeks away from having this system in Round Mountain approved. And it's approved with microbes and it's approved with electrocoagulation and the whole thing. And so basically, but they have their little quirks, but they want redundancy. So instead of one machine, we have to do 2 machines with the electrocoagulation. But they're about 2 weeks, month of approving, give us a letter to go ahead and start with the site plan amendments and the engineering report, basis of design, and the lift station information, got to do a report for that. Basically send that all in. By the way, they spent $700,000 while engineering with them to this point 2 years ago, and then found out the bids. The engineer said, "Oh, that's about 5-6 million," which it kind of went up to 9, then it went to 10. And they could still do that, and then when the bids finally came in,
If you went out of business, are there other companies who can do this?
Yes. There are, from the electric coagulation standpoint, there are companies that use the algae. In fact, I used to work one that started the using the algae for the lagoons to supercharge the lagoons came out of CSU, Dr. Jim Stanton. And he worked on that, and actually it was done for ag purposes. It was out of their ag program. And we actually have treated and tested for hog farms and feedlots where you're dealing with BODs, or the concentration of the wastewater, 15,000 milligrams per liter, where your wastewater is about 150. And we can treat that and still get good results.
And then if we wanted to go, if we continued our process with water and sand, is it a conversation to put a very, very small version of this on our side to clean the water before it gets to them?
Yes, well, whether at the tail, if this goes in, or this is something you're interested in, basically, once it's done, it's your water, you can put it anywhere you want to. So you can go potable, you can go to the golf course, you can go dump it to Baca if you think, you wouldn't want to do that. You can go into the creek out there, basically, and so you can do that. Anything on it, we have to specifically request what you want to do, though.
Put it back into tanks, you pump it back into non-portable tanks.
Put it back into the water. Oh, yeah, you hold it and have the trucks come in and use it for irrigation anywhere you want to go, or you can put it in your drinking water.
So again, I'm wondering how large of a footprint are you looking for? How much property would you?
2 acres.
Make an installation?
Now, for expansion purposes, I would probably go with 3, but 2 acres. I can make it work with 2, 2.5, something like that is the piece I'd be looking for. And if it was up above somewhere where you wanted to get out of town a little ways or something, and you had to pump to it, that's fine. I usually don't, I usually like to go downhill, so I'm not big that pump charge, but pumps are, the way we do them anymore, they're cheap. So.
That's kind of a question. You guys mentioned the cost of the whole project, and there are grants available for how that.
Yeah, in fact, I talked to Dave just yesterday. He called me up and said, "You're going down to Preston?" And I said, "It's a funny thing you mentioned that because I'm going to go down Monday." He said, "Let them know there are grants available for the first part of it, which is anything related to getting approved. Soils reports, water testing, all the engineering that goes into that. You can get that in a grant from Dora right now, I think it is." Or he said, anyhow, that is available. But the thing of it is, you had to have all your application in by the end of the month, and had to have the answer in by the end of the month. So that. I think we missed that deadline, but the point of that is that they will come up again with the money. They're really good about understanding. USDA is really good about that too. Understanding that you don't have any money for the lagoons, you don't have any money for the first part either. So getting that approved, getting all those consultants put together, that team put together, they will pay for all of that up front so that you don't have to do any of that at your cost. I didn't know.
What do you think the total cost would be?
Total cost of this whole thing, right now, put it in is about, I would probably budget 700,000-800,000, but I'm looking at 500,000 or 600,000. Because you only have 11 gallons per minute, or 9 gallons per minute is your only flow. That doesn't even fill up a curb gutter on the street. So it's just nice to have it.
What about grants? Have any of your customers?
Well, I know right now, Dora is giving Round Mountain, Dora is so excited about this right now. They're giving Dave up in West Cliff. They're giving him a run of the bus.
Who's Dora?
The department of
there's
Dola, Dora,
Dola?
Dola. But there's a Dora. And then there's capital reserve funds, and there's also USDA rural. And I was at, ever hear of what is it? Something 22, Action 22 in South Pueblo. And they had a seminar last year about this time, and they brought in 7 lenders. They brought in private people, Dora, Dola, USDA, another one, a couple I never knew existed. And they all had, normally they only get 500,000 to $1 million. Last year and this year, they're getting 110 million apiece. So there's money there that they want to give away. So it's just a matter about finding that right handshake. I would refer you to Dave Snyder, who is the manager of Round Mountain Water Sanitation District. He is a master finding money. And in fact, he did a water meter system read with a solar field, and they put a 0 charge on their electricity costs and their meter reading and all that stuff. They do real-time meter reading, which means if you want to know if your water bill is a little high, you just get on the computer and look at the flow rate on your meter minute by minute. There's some pretty cool stuff out there.
Just for point of reference, in our discussion with Water and Sand the other day and looking at their expansion, if we're eligible or responsible for even say 25% of that expansion, then we're probably at $2.5 to $3 million that we would be looking to spend.
Somebody, they could use one of these.
Yeah.
Well, for their flow, yeah, we could do it. We'd have to put in lagoons, but lagoons are kind of, the state, they like the SBR's sequential batch reactors, reactors. They like mechanical systems because it goes in, they get a high quality of water. But there's 2 things. One is they don't have to pay for them because they're typically right now around 4 to 5 million, but you need a Class B operator. So you have to have an ORC, you have to have someone operating it for you, or your own Class B operator there, and that's what it costs you. Just that alone costs you $2 grand a month. So anyhow, so yeah, it's there's all sorts of little tricks with the system. I want to show you what that water looks like. Part of the thing is also people understand lagoons. In fact, you can have it.
I was just looking at you, beautiful looking water. There's a.
Oh, yeah. Well, I was going to show that one picture back. It's what the lagoons look like. That's for town of 2000. That's a picture of that.
Can it be treated for mosquitoes?
Well, we don't like to put any chemical in, but I've never had that. Yeah. This is what the lagoons are like, but you could, if you spray, you're going to be spraying some. You don't spray.
We've got mosquitoes like you've never seen.
Yeah, I can imagine.
Carp. Put carp in there.
Well, it's funny. You don't get fish typically, but we get turtles, raccoons. The rabbits will be digging the dam, the burn. You have to watch that. We get ducks and geese on the pond. We get it's a wildlife sanctuary. We get all the deer break the fence and come in and drink out of the water at the end of the day. Yeah.
You mentioned that the water would belong to us. Do you have any idea? So it becomes an asset. Do you have any idea how much money we might be able to generate as selling some of that water?
Haven't got to that.
Do that.
Yes. Oh yeah, we do it all the time. Reuse is becoming the what we're going to be depending on in the future with the drought that's going on right now. You know, they how long that lasts, it might end. But at my house, it ended last night with 4 inches of rain. But anyhow, so that's going to be the way of the future. We're going to have to reuse everything.
But
We already, we already offset, remember, we have two offset, where we have credit on one side and then we send.
But if you look at how much that's costing this year, it's relatively minimal.
But it's
the cost.
probably a similar amount, but how much we're.
Then we would have to do something else.
Thing is, if we reverse the flow and do like a closed loop, we're actually reusing that water and then.
Just briefly on that, we had kind of discussed a little bit of the idea that water that is leaves the pocket is still our water. And, you know, the idea of even looking for a change of plant diversion. To be able to, we put the water in downstream over here and take it back in upstream over there. Is something that could be run through the old irrigation systems in town when we're recharging out for agricultural use. But apart from that, this is a big and long discussion that we're going to have. So what I would like to see us look at in direction is that, okay, as Adam mentioned, if we look at sharing our and having our side of costs for expanding in the Baca, their aspen treatment plant being several million. And then the figure was tossed out about currently we're paying like 60,000 a year to the Baca, and that number might very well go up to what we're looking at, 60,000, 70,000, 80,000 a year that we're spending to have somebody else treat our water. I'd like to see some kind of a cost analysis breakdown of what this means if we had our own system versus continuing with the Baca. Because if we are looking to go this way, we have to make a financial case to funding agencies that show that this is really a good long-term solution for the town. And you know, if we're going to be looking to them in a year or two for covering our share of the plant expansion in the Baca, you know, we're going to be coming to them for money. And if there's a case to be made that says, you know, if we go this way, this is what the funding request is going to be. This is what the savings are going to be per year. We're going to take this money that we paid for treatment, and we're putting it over here to treat ourselves. I really think that we need to crunch some numbers to look at this, and then also to be able to say, okay, if we do it ourselves, what is that going to start looking at for our customer base, and how much are they going to have to pay? You know, so I'm very intrigued by what's being presented. I would like to see us just have some real solid number crunching going on. See if it would be possible or feasible, and especially for you know, our funders, whether or not they say, you know, this, you know, we're not even interested, don't think about it, or hey, this looks like it could pan out. I think we need to, before we get too deep, really look at what those numbers are going to be.
I also think that we should kind of do what Adam was saying, where we overestimate, only because this whole southern side of the town is kind of like where the town seems to be moving.
From the traffic I saw coming in, they and the cars in the street, I had to wait at stop signs for 2 or 3 cars to run through. It's pretty active. I'm surprised.
And there's also, you know, say we had something that was working well and it was set for, say, 500 people, we might be able to then get more grants to expand our sewage system. Because right now, we only about 1/3 of the town is in sewage.
Oh, you got a ready-made list of customers that would might
Ready to
get
go,
the hookup fee was a reasonable price.
And it would save us. And you know, because right now people, like, we're getting a grant to expand. It's only going to add a few people onto the system.
I've done a lot of septic tank conversions. Basically, I was wastewater engineer for Loveland in the 80s and 90s. I've been doing this for 50 years now. And we, at time of growth. And every time we got to take out, we had a little extra money to take septic tanks out. You never know in those septic tanks when they get to the leach fields, whether those leach fields are working or not. And those that were near irrigation ditches would run right into the irrigation ditch. And that was Greeley's water supply. So we were taking them out as fast as I could take them out. The criteria for septic tanks now, costs $40,000 for the septic, 35, 30. Those leach fields and the tanks are twice as big as they used to be. To make them work, because they bring in and they know those farms. They're not a good those.
So with apologies to our representatives from Living Wisdom, could you possibly come back after lunch?
What time would that be?
We begin at 1:30 and we're going to return the King's report. I don't know exactly how long that will take.
We're gonna have a crowd in here at 1:30 for that other issue.
How long do you all need?
We didn't find more than 5 minutes. Is Matt here?
Yeah, Matthew, 5 minutes.
When we come back, we'll do your, if you could be here at 1:30.
I would
And is,
request that we do it now. It's 5 minutes and the engineers here.
5 minutes.
Let's just, everyone will take a break, otherwise we'll sit here all day. So, I want to say to the board that at the CML conference, there's a big emphasis on wastewater, and I've signed up to go to those meetings. Maybe you'll have to get information about funding and asking the board, do we want to set up a, when we have a chance to regroup and think about this, set up another meeting with Jeff. So we're gonna
Schneider need, for funding.
Oh, yeah, in fact, I gave it to Scott when I was here last time. Because we all kind of had a function to do. I was gonna kind of get an idea that CDPHE was, yeah, they were pretty good with it. Scott was gonna talk to Dave about some funding alternatives, because he in fact gave a presentation the other day for it. And had all the town, like 10 towns come in and he gave lots of good information. McBill was gonna look for some. Yeah, I
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you.
I could go on.
Awesome.
I could go on for another 2 hours, but because there's a lot more to this than we can cover here, so. Anyway, yes,
And I think it's important that for the sake of transparency and clarity with the water and sand, we've already got, once again, Dan Gray here, who may or may not be communicating this conversation back to water and sand without us having any input in that. So I would like to invite a board member of the water and sand, and if not their attorney, to witness his next presentation in this conversation, so they can see what we're talking about, what we're learning about, and that our intentions are still to be transparent and clear with them.
I agree.
I think they'd be really just intrigued in hearing.
I
all
think they
this.
might be also.
and understand too, that I've given you lots of information and maybe you're looking at a different direction here, but it takes me 5 board meetings to kind of get to the bottom of it, where everyone goes, okay, we believe you, that's what we want to do. So it takes time to get all this information.
We're already backed up, so might not take us a couple.
Yeah, well, you'll be sitting there at night at 10 o'clock having a beer or something like that, and you go, oh, that's what he said, there's a little bit of time to get your head around all this, because there's a lot of things here, and the decisions. Thank you. The decisions are critical to the future of the town, so no matter which way you go, it's gonna set the tone of town better. So
Thank you so much.
thank you very much.
Okay, I'm Mayor Dancer, all of the trustees. Some of you I don't think I know. So I don't know if you're all up to date of what happened with our housing project, that we got full funding. Very proud of ourselves and of this board, how we got through with that with Akia Tanara. And so we're gonna have to sign, this is Denise here, by the way, one of our board members, me too.
Right, Denise Pine, I'm
Yes.
board secretary.
And I won't say much about myself. I'll just make it quick here. So we have to sign contracts with the builder by 1st of August. That's what we're working on right now. We have Alcon for the community building that is set up, and they're going to be the general contractor and come in here and get the building permit from you. And what else can I say that is important? Yes, well, the houses are going to be built off-site, all of them. And except for the community building, that has to be done here.
And all the site work and utilities may, hopefully, would be awesome if we might start by August. They go in. So Matt is here if you have any questions, I believe is going to be our, is our engineer, civil engineer and so on. And we're going to be having zero, what's it called, zero scaping? Just native plants, taking out as little trees as possible. Talking about even saving some trees and replanting them afterwards. And I don't know, is there something else
What would you like from the board? Or is this mostly to let us know what they're.
I just wanted to exactly update you. This is what's going on. We're really happy about this and
have you all received your invitations to our July 7th groundbreaking? Okay, I guess we just thought we didn't want to surprise you by they're breaking ground within a few weeks and that you might need some additional background information from us. If you don't, we won't take up any more of your time.
Adam and then Steve.
So this was a huge process, awesome work getting it here. And because it's a very specific process, which is the PDU process, right? PUD. So our last attorney was really tracking all of that. So I just want to make a really clear point that our new attorney gets up to date and communicates with Scott about exactly what we need and what we need to see happen so that there's nothing gets dropped. We have a new staff, a new attorney, and I just really want everybody to be clear and everything on paper and all of that. So I wouldn't assume that we know what we need to do, but we need to get our attorney and Scott to get it clear.
But everything up to now has been well documented for.
Right. But he's probably got a bit to learn and
The planning commission went to the planning commission. The whole process.
Yeah.
No, but there are things like the tap fees and things like that that have not been worked out at all.
Exactly, that's what I was gonna bring up, the engineering that's normally under the contractor's duty to put in the line, not the town.
So don't assume that we know what we're doing just yet.
Yeah, well, as I say, it's Matt who can also answer a lot of these technical questions, engineering.
Are you going to meter separately
I don't know that. That's in the process.
Alex, at one of your previous meetings, quite a long time ago, it was determined that each unit would have a meter. That was brought up and there was over a year ago.
It's not decided either. There's clearly more work to be done. I was just saying that what's been done at this point is well documented in the staff.
Yeah.
Any more discussion before we break? Steve?
Did I read somewhere that your fabricator out of Pueblo,
We're not with them.
you lost them? So you found the new fabricator?
It's most likely going to be Alcon.
Okay, well, and they can meet your deadline schedule.
Criteria. Exactly.
So many, I'm glad you're saying about the attorney working, because, so many of all these things were all laid out in the PUD and were agreed upon a year and a half ago. And so those things are pretty much all went on the whole checklist of all the things like tax or any of that was all part of the original PUD that we approved. I just want to say congratulations and for your perseverance for making this, almost now a reality. It's just, I think it's a wonderful, wonderful thing. It's going to be a big gold star on the town of Crestone, and it's so wonderful for people who are going to be able to have housing up there. And I know your organization has put endless amounts of power and work and effort to making this happen. And I just want to thank you for all of your hard work and to really welcome you all to the town of Crestone.
Thank you. Thank you, Fulton. Yeah, and you know that this affordable, the getting the full funding means that we do not have a loan that we have to carry. So the project is gonna carry itself.
Wow.
Yeah.
Which
And it's
will,
affordable
Which will
units.
allow us to have our income-based rental fees appropriate for our target audiences, who we estimate have about an $800 to $1,000 a month income. And the rents will be adjusted accordingly.
Yeah.
I just pray that, you do proper vetting. So that, granddaughter that would move in with grandma, with her baby's mama's daddy, and their 5 dogs. You know? I just hope you do proper vetting.
Yeah.
Only one dog. Only one.
Oh, two.
No, just one, just
You know,
one.
if you watch Judge Judy, you see how the kids move in with
Yeah.
their mother, and it just turns into a mess.
Exactly.
So I
We've
please
been-
do vetting.
Yeah, we've been doing the management plan and the lease agreements, and it's expensive, and they're with attorneys and.
Thank
It's
you.
big.
again. We'll
Thank you.
look at
Thank you.
Back here is one.
Denise.
Thank you. Are you?
So like, yeah,
Speaker Dow, who was very, he mentioned a lowering. You do. Is that something that?
Here. Wow. You.
Thank you, Mayor. 1 second, very good. That's good. Please.
There's these invoices, before it's clear. We did approve these invoices. Before it's clear. Is there any reason to do that now?
Either way, and I. So on my agenda. Under 10 Attorney's Report A, Code Compliance Report, I had that earmarked for what I consider code updates and revisions. I had a meeting with Nancy late last month about quite a few things, quite a few changes, edits, and just updates were proposed to the code. I don't think that it was anything major. We did take some time. I think we came up with more changes to make. They're all very small, but I anticipate setting probably a work session with the board. I don't think that it's, like I said, anything major to go over, but just so the board's aware of any changes they're going to make also. We did have. That better? That session, it was a Zoom session. A lot got done in about an hour and a half we were online. We've also had a few follow-up conversations too, but that is a work in progress. And the code is a living document, something that's updated all the time. Working on some revisions now, and I am glad to say, like, try to say a little bit of reminder, it's something we're working on. We anticipate that with our code compliance officer to some of those changes, probably this summer, probably the next month. In B is amendment number 1 to the intergovernmental agreement with Saguache County. One concern area with an updated 3-mile map. I was provided a map by our clerk, and I believe we're printing another copy of that right now. And that would be added as exhibit A for a proposed amendment. I did share the format with Mr. Crow to watch County. At the time, he didn't have any major changes or anything really question too much about it. Because on the map, I make sure that it's accurate. I think that was why we postponed last month also. And so when Scott comes back, I will ask him to present us a copy of that map. And then back to this for signatures. Move forward with this. So we can jump around that and back to this. Item C is
a report from the Locker Grand Water and Sanitation District for a meeting that was held last week on June 8th, 2023. Actually, not spoke with the board members after the meeting. I did have a few conversations individually prior to the meeting, some phone calls, people reached out to me, asking, what's the format, what's the meeting's goals, what's gonna happen. I think there's some of that back and forth individually among the trustees. I don't think we crossed any lines doing any of that. Everybody's trying to get on the same page, reach out to each other and see what happens. I thought that it was a constructive meeting. There were a lot of people, there were a lot of voices, a lot of opinions. I think we needed to do that. We needed to come together more. I did speak with Mr. Locke, our attorney, that Friday over the phone. He's not reached out to me yet, but I do think he will have a template. I think the term used in the meetings, getting everybody back on the page. I think there were some drafts back and forth. I think the boards knew exactly the terms of those drafts, if you had the terms in their possession. He was looking for one at the time. That is my hope, is to be working with your law this week. What we get one of these drafts, it's gonna have some blank terms, because the terms are listed. We'll be talking about a rate, what is that rate? But just kind of get us back on the same page. And as soon as I get that, it will be a draft. I hope to present that to the board in draft form. And talking to the forum, I hope. And it's something that we, I just caution everyone, your sunshine laws, that thing. That's that amongst yourselves. It's just very, very important. I want to have that information to the board. So that way we have the time to review it. There's going to be a lot of questions and it's involved in documents, but I think we're back on the report. Thank you. Does anybody have any specific questions about that?
Adam?
So our staff put together a presentation today by a sewer lagoon expert consultant. So he came in here today and had a pretty big presentation and started the conversation. And I know that at the end of the session we had at Water and Sand, that topic came up and it was a little bit contentious with the president of the board. So we talked here today about kind of reinforcing the transparency with them. So I think it's important that we might meet with that person again. And if so, we were considering inviting either their board's attorney or a board member just to witness what we're learning about and have that be transparent and on the table. But I think it's probably worth you discussing or at least letting their attorney know if you're in communication with them, just so there's no idea that it's a secret or anything like that. But I think it's important that it's on the table.
And I would be interested in your opinion on utility rooms. Seems to be something that the Colorado Water folks really do be proving. I'm just wondering if you look into that.
I will say that I've heard a lot back and forth and we'll move at this point in time, so I don't want to give you an answer yet. Some people are having to move away from the rules, look to the infrastructure of the plant, how it operates. I can look into that. So we're doing research
Regarding this legality or
Probably it would serve to have a conversation with the guy that you had today. So it's not just random research.
So I was unaware of his presentation until I spoke with the clerk and saw the agenda last week. It's
Well, two things. One, it's a totally different style than the traditional style, so that's something to keep in mind. Secondly, I think no matter what, we should have good relations, good terms, maybe even a 10 to 20-year agreement with water and sanitation, and then have a term that if for some reason we want to get out of it, then we can get out of it if we need to. But it still seems like we should have a contract when we haven't made any arrangements or have even the land or anything yet to do this next step of our own water treatment, so we should really just kind of focus on that, make sure that that's really well taken care of before, and then just make sure we have a term in there that it's transparent and says something like we can, this contract can be, it is for this amount of time, but either side can renegotiate or something like that.
So,
And-
so at the meeting, at the end of the meeting where the water and sand were, they tossed out, rather than 20 years, maybe we should just do a 10-year agreement. And we had that letter last August, the stated that came from Vivian Lawson as their chairperson, giving us notice at that time that within 3 years they were going to discontinue service with us, which is now 2 years away. Because they were going to discontinue because we had a work-on agreement. So there's different dates that are being tossed out there. I think the thing that we have to consider if we're looking at only having something like a 10-year agreement, if we're putting in a bunch of money to expand the Aspen Lagoon, that would be like a 20-year investment, but we only have a 10-year contract. That's something we're gonna have to think about.
I think that gets us back in the normal terms. A lot of moving parts.
To me, it's a serious decision as to whether, or the pros and cons of investing 25% or whatever into the Docker water and sand with their understanding of that they have that commitment, as opposed to leaving, maybe making some preliminary decisions on our part, the pros and cons, benefits of doing something like this with you, which seem to have at first blush some merit.
Yeah, so those are the terms we keep discussing, and I'm sure the board has a lot of discussion back and forth. I'm gonna start to continue working with Mr. Law on contracts. If they're presented to the town and the concept, it's the option. I was just handed the map that I'd been provided with earlier. This is back to the attorney's report. And the amendment number 1 to the IGA of Swatch County. We've had some discussion of that for at least 2 months now, I believe. I believe Lisa made this map. It's got a very, I don't want to say approximate, but an approximate circle of about 3 mile radius around the town. And this is an amendment to the IGA that was made in 2005, I believe. Just asking for some cooperation to come in increase the town and county. I don't know if this map was provided to the trustees. It's in the packet. I was part of the.
It's black and white.
I think every terms, it's it has on this color copy that is. None of the terms changed.
It's nice in color though.
None of the terms of the contract changed, it's simply the addition. Which is this map. That's a visual representation. That has not been included. So the area within the circle is considered a joint concern area. The CA, I believe is the term they use. The entities are to notify each other.
If it's not in the town, it's in that area, but not in the town, because we don't have.
The county is supposed to help. So it's a little less. That being said, I don't think there was much discussion on that amendment. We did discuss that for the last 2 months, and I guess we are asking for a vote to sign that contract, that amendment to the contract. Said that.
Motion.
I'll make a motion.
Second,
Second,
discussion?
just to reiterate what Benji was asking. We have no responsibility to inform the county of what we do within our town boundaries.
The town should notify the county of those activities that could be discussed in this, just like the town is asking the county.
So how do you define a major activity? It's an
So the terms are.
Road construction. Concerning street road construction.
cell towers, buildings, sewer lagoons. Is that in there? Apartment buildings, schools.
So the county would agree to notify the town within 5 business days after receipt of the application for development in the land located within JCA. With the exception of the lot line mitigation consolidation. Town agrees to notify the county within 5 business days after receipt of the application for development.
So it's like building a house.
I wouldn't take it out.
Thicker application of industrial uses. Waste disposal uses, hazardous material storage, road highway construction.
That's which part you're removing.
Huh?
That's which part you're removing.
It's number 3,
Three of the old last.
2, page 2 of 7, 2 of 9.
Yeah, page, so 3, 1, 2, 3, the 4th paragraph. Let's start in the 3rd paragraph. The town will likewise advise any such landowner, developer, county shall have standing in the hearing before the town board to object to this development and use in JCA, which is not in conformance with town standards or zoning, subdivision regulations. So the board of adjustments decision, the variance decision, county would have standing to come close to their opinion. And let's skip down 2 more paragraphs. The town shall likewise notify the county within 5 business days after receiving an application of any proposed commercial use, industrial use, or other land use within the JCA which may have an effect on the county, such as liquor applications, industrial uses, waste disposal uses, hazardous material storage, road highway construction, geological issues, and other suitable developments which may directly impact the county. I would argue that it's pretty clear in residential development. Single family homes.
So for example, when I built my shop up there and pulled a conditional use permit to have a small commercial business in the residential property. Would we be informing the county about that?
It's fact dependent of the Warren County, and they could come to a conditional use permit hearing. They may not.
Or if somebody wants to have a dance studio in their house or in the residential property, that's a commercial business, gonna pull a business license. Inform the town. Probably a conditional use permit, so then that might be something we are obligated to report to the county, is what I'm hearing.
I would agree, and I think that would be a fairly simple report, probably kind of monthly report to the county. And prior to some conditional use permits, variances, changes.
So I feel like that's a little bit more than I would want to commit to personally.
That's what we want to commit to.
And so we've been out of compliance also since 2005, because we don't inform the county about it. And so then this all got brought up because Annie Pace, when she was not wanting the cell tower, reminded us of this agreement. So is a cell tower an industrial purpose? Is it defined in there? I would say maybe not.
Maybe not, however, it's also. There's 2 trains of thought. You can list it kind of as it is industrial use. If you want to get in with that and say, let's try to list every use possible, in case you're gonna miss something. And then could be argued that it's not required.
But it's only use.
It does say similar developments which may directly impact the town, and that cell tower is definitely not directly impact the town.
So there may be some discussion back and forth about what was told to either party. But also this kind of case by case basis.
Could it just be like something within the conditional use process, just automatically goes to the county from our office?
I think that would probably be something to discuss, kind of a step for the city following notification. There are notifications for public hearings. Might just be added to the steps. We want to do it.
Isn't. So. You know, a conditional use permit within the town, which has to me seems.
And I'm not saying conditional use is spelled out in this.
Yeah, I just, you know, those sort of things just seems like it's not something that. County needs to be notified of. I can understand why they be notified the county if we should decide to annex each property that this county ran. You know, certainly for something. Or if we're doing. I don't know if our whole living wisdom development. Was something that we should have been notified the county that we doing this. You know. Senior housing development. My own feeling was. Kind of. Part of the agreement is what we would be doing in town that could be. Sort of the development that really could affect our neighbors that are just over the border in the town of Man. So I just like that, I'm wondering. Where is that line draw that you say, okay, we're putting in new sidewalks, we should tell the county before we're gonna have a big something or another happening right up against the town limits that could affect neighbors over the county. What are the conditions by which we notify the community?
I think we have to use these terms. You know, if you're talking sidewalks and things about your town, I don't think the county has the desire. How could you sidewalks and improving infrastructure? That
business development or housing development that could be.
I would report that to the county that traffic. That could address it.
Well, like the sign that we're putting in is actually going on county land, we had to get.
And we've already gone to the county and made a presentation, they loved it.
Yeah, and it was
We have to.
presented to the county, I don't know if it's presented with it.
It's a mutual agreement for both parties since 2005 to share information. That's probably where we should be at.
When I was looking at the conditional uses of even rural residential, it says, you know, community-wide sewage treatment plant, you can get a conditional use for that. On rural residential, non-personal, non-renewable. Energy project, utility installations such as electric substations, sewer lift stations. Gas regulated, stuff like that, and it seems like. Those are kind of extreme cases that we might want. To, you know, to even bring another entity in, just.
Yeah, and you know, the whole point of this is. We don't really have any authority over what the county's doing, they don't really have authority over what we're doing. But it can make us more aware to decide whether or not we can protect something or not, or whether or not we should move a road over here instead of over here, or, you know, it's just good to have that communication.
It's information back and forth, information.
Yeah. I think it affects us more than it affects them. If they have something happening within this 3-mile radius, it's gonna affect our town more than if we have something in our town that affects their county. It's kind of more of our protection.
I can see the other side of it, if we do some development and then we're running the drainage runoff water onto the neighboring county land or something like that, it might be something then that those property owners in the county might want to be informed about. what the town's doing, so I can see where it goes both ways.
Any other discussion? We still haven't voted in the motion. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Did you vote in?
I did.
Let's see it.
So that was, all eyes around, is that correct? So present this to the mayor after a meeting with the only addition being the attachment of exhibit A, which is a map showing the green mountain radius that was left off in 2003. Board will then also present that to Squash County.
Seth, I did want to say that this morning we added item E under your report, which is a request that Kissing submitted for reviewing the number of this number of handicap parking places in the benefit town hall. We wanted to have your legal opinion discuss that.
So it's not parking places by town hall, it's when we did this whole downtown development and Bert Rodman was doing it, he's the one who did the whole master plan designing. And he was looking at with different businesses and that sort of thing, how many parking places we should have dedicated to say handicap. And the way it ended up, to me, it seems they're really clustered together on Silver Street to the point where it almost makes a parking handicap for non-handicapped people. We have here on Silver Street two handicaps right next to each other. And what is that serving? There's the one building there that's kind of a hotel. At the time, they had a bunch of shops that are in there, they don't anymore. He said he put two handicap spots there. The places are almost always sitting empty. There's no real place to go from those handicap spots, other than maybe somebody who's staying at the hotel maybe, which they could access from across the street. It's all the same grade, but makes sense to me to have the one there for anybody who's staying at the hotel. But why two? And then we go right down that same street on Silver, and Benjamin has two handicap spots right by his store. Okay, that makes sense to me because it's a busy store. You got a lot of people. Okay, you could have the two spots that are there on the Cottonwood side of your street. It's kind of, the slope is kind of steep there, so maybe the two that you have make sense. And then when you come around the corner on Cottonwood Street, there's two spots right there. And that is like prime parking for trying to go to the Elephant Cloud. I can see, okay, if you want to be able to have access maybe to the town park, you park by the Elephant Cloud, you could park over on the eastern and the Silver. Those came in, I think, because when the brewing company, the restaurant was open. But still within that, just that one block area, we had 6 handicap parking areas. And it makes it hard to go into the Elephant Cloud. And when you have things like when the Saturday market was going on, there's just a real tight cluster of handicapped spots that maybe when the original plan was done, there was some future thought about things. But I look at it and I would personally remove one of them on Cottonwood Street. And I would look at removing one of them on Silver Street. And free those up because, you know, with Benjamin's store there, And then the marijuana shop that's there, and then spillover parking from the T Road Brewing. I don't see why we need that many. I think the 2, 3, having 4 of them would provide a world of plenty of handicap parking in that location.
Well, I have a question for Benjamin, since I live across the street. So the 2 handicap places you have are very often not taken. Would you feel that one would be adequate, or what would your opinion?
Yes. I don't know, if one is taken, which sometimes happens, then once in a while, another handicap person will come and take that second spot. That, I mean, it's probably like 2 or 3 times a year that happens.
That's what I think, so I'm wondering if Kissing would like to add one a lot in front of Benjamin.
You know, I just don't know. I mean, to me, I would think so. I don't know what the rules are for your business and how many you have to provide for the square footage of your building or whatever. I don't know what that rule is. So I don't feel like I can speak to that.
Yeah, and our, we have plenty of parking, and sometimes what happens is if there isn't a spot, somebody who's not handicapped will just take that spot, quickly enough, they can just take a quick spot, even if not handicapped. So, you know, it's sort of like,
I'm guilty of that.
yeah, the 2 of us are, and if you notice, like, we use that one handicap kind of nice that's empty, because we actually need that space sometimes to go down into that lower area, so in general, those 2 are probably fine, and you can get to other areas from there. If you're handicapped, you can get to the marijuana store, you could cross the street even pretty easily. You don't necessarily need, you know, 2 others. I would say those would be the 2 that I would leave.
But do you think the distinction was made, and I'll try to follow that up to the requirements for the municipality, which I speak of, work on. But I think that part of this is up to the landlord too, if it's a private individual, it's a public accommodation,
It's all public,
they would have to follow.
They're all public stuff.
public roadside parking.
So then how would the town? What is the town trying to do?
I guess the town years ago designated its property parking. And they designated a certain amount of handicap spots.
Private property,
That's on public property.
okay, so that's what I'm trying to say, there's a distinction between public property, and private
It's
property.
all public.
Public property. I can look into that. I do think that there are some, I don't know if it's through the ADA, which is federal, or state also, which is stringent. You know, there's some distinctions between. For lack of better terms, a handicap accessible spot. Number 2, even an accessible spot for like a side wheelchair.
Well, the places that we're looking at, they were designed to have, you know, the wider spots and the curb break, you know, access for wheelchairs. And, but it just, especially on Cottonwood, I could see like one, because it can give you access to go into the park or whatever, and if that brewing place ever opens up as a restaurant again, that would be good. But then there again, there's the 2 that are just up the street from the brewing restaurant. And that one might serve that building. But the parking across the street, it's also very accessible. It just seems to me, I see that what happens is we end up people violating the handicapped parking rule because there's so many of them, and we really need the parking to be able to access the stores that are there. And I'd like to see eliminating 2 of them out of the 6. It makes sense to me to eliminate 2. Um, and to Benjamin with his store, he's got his own requirements to deal with, I don't know. But freeing up at least the other two can give people a little more options.
I was just looking up the ADA terminology and they're saying accessible parking for reference. That's the definition and the term that they're using.
I think when an architect does their design, they have to follow certain standards and I know Bert was kind of just following what he could when he was doing the design. He was like, okay, we have X amount of spots, we have to have a certain percentage or something that's designated.
Accessible.
That's the wider number we're talking about that. But I don't know if the town is required to necessarily
Well, and I
stick with
noticed,
that or stay conform with that those standards. It's just he designed it.
well, and I noticed too, that over at T-Road Brewing, back when that building was first built, there was a handicap ramp that went out. Well, the end of that ramp is now 6 inches in the air, it's all eroded away, washed away, and there's no designated handicap spot for their facility, and that is a busy place. And they don't have any officially designated spot, and, I mean, maybe that's something we need to revisit if we're looking at these handicap spots. But I would like to know if there's a legal requirement that we have to have those that many in concentrated in that one area. I think it creates a real hardship to our downtown business area.
Yeah, or if there's any exception for less than 200 people, with a few small businesses, we need to provide. So the other thing we haven't covered yet are board questions.
I had a few more actually. Back over. That was next on the list. I was going to jump in there. 3 weeks ago, attended a CML legislative update in Del Norte. I think a large part of this CML conference coming up in 2 weeks is going to deal with legislative updates. Through one state website, if you search the word municipal, it's their site that deals with updates that happened this year in this past session. If you search the word municipal, they return 92 bills. So 92 things that possibly would affect the town, state of Colorado. So there were 4 or 5 of them. I have not spoken with the clerk about I think it was House Bill 1132, the plastic bag ban, getting those fees to the town. It was the Colorado legislative mayor draft date. It's required to be submitted. The bill that was passed this year clarified that. I don't know if any of those fees have been submitted to the town. Collected yet, so I'd like to that. There was another bill that dealt with recall officials, from the mayor, board of trustees, and the governor. There's also the land use bill, which I found before last year. That's close to small towns in the area of this valley. We would like to see that again, but I believe that is one of the major things that's talked about. Two sections dealing with that. Section 1. And it's not a duplicate section. We are section 1 section. So just that's that continuing education. I believe I was asked at our last meeting to give a court update, having to support the prior year. So court is held every other month, and we odd number of months. Court was held March. next month. May, the one out there. It was held in May, it'll be held next month also. Thank you. There were a few failure to appear warrants. The court judge has asked for a sheriff, some law enforcement to be appeared with her. And the last two sessions, the undersheriff has appeared. We did have the sheriff appear first session this year. I appreciated his presence, especially on one of these failure to appear warrants. He spent some time, in my opinion, trying to get in contact that individual directly. He actually spoke with the state patrol during the session, and in my opinion, helped us gain the identity, potential address of someone that has a failure to appear. I think he has failure to appear issues at the session. So I actually really appreciated that. We also had questions that were asked with doing with a animal that was taken to the Alamosa County Animal Shelter. I don't know that he had any progress on that, but he did reach out when we were not having progress due to the lack of contract that we haven't done. Was asking for information on an individual. This was the same person. So I think that was a positive step. That was probably the cost of having enforcement, having their presence and being able to do something. We did have one individual who was cited for obstruction of a public road. He has asked to have, or I guess he pled not guilty, so we will be pursuing that further. We did have judgment entered on a lack of a business license that went on for about a year. It appeared in court, I think, 3 times. That judgment was entered. They had failed to comply with the town code and a business license. They were issued a fine that was on a ticket, and they were ordered to obtain a business license or to close their business. I sent it up. I asked our clerk if the business license hasn't been requested yet. But it's the same as any other business operator in the town. It's a $40 fee for the paper. It's not really discretionary, but it almost has to issue that license if that hasn't been requested by it. That was last court session. Looking forward. It's not on the docket yet, but we do have the triplet matter. I am preparing a proposed order to close the case. It seems to be my impression that we have complied with the terms of their requirements to remedy nuisance. We want to review the report done by DCA. Honestly, I think we've actually not said one more time, but that is where I'm headed. As long as they have complied with all these terms, engineering firms say they have complied, they consider it a nuisance. Engineer has signed. The next item was us provided a few contracts from the Dumb Friends League, which is out of Alamosa. We have had those contracts in the past. They're all expired. Working on, once again, giving our code compliance officer the ability to do her job, all do what the code says. If you have an animal, it's a nuisance, it's causing an issue in the town, to take them to some. There is that contract to be voted on by the town. The dates were wrong again when I had, so I don't have that today. Biggest thing with that is that there could be a fee involved for the town. So I was reading the current contract. The base fee is $100. If you stay, the animal stays for more than 5 days, that's a $21 charge per day over the 5-day limit, which is base charge. That will be paid by the owner to pick up their animal. However, I do think that if the owner does not reclaim their animal, something along those lines, the town may be responsible. But that's in the contract. We'll discuss that further. That was just firing this last week. That kind of relates to my court session. We did have a question about the easement requested for the triple building. It was my understanding that I was supposed to work with Mr. Basiga. We have come to what I view as an easement agreement that I would sign off on as approved of board. Didn't know if there were any questions, the board would like to review this. It is once again just allowing for a 5 feet wide easement. It does kind of cross that alley and angle. It would allow them to install a propane tank in their other lots and provide service to the building. Mr. Sieg and I have gone through, there is a legal description, does have a map of the proposed easement. And I have done quite a bit of work with him on this. He may or may not be here today, I'm not sure about that if he was there. But I guess this would be a question also. I think this should have been under old business, I don't know if it was listed, which is why I'm bringing it back to that report now. If the town has any questions with this current easement agreement, if I can answer them now, I would gladly do so. Also, if would like to make any actions.
I think we're ready to make action because we went through a lot last time. It sounds like you've gone through a lot that, and if you feel like you're willing to sign off on it, then I trust it. I trust it.
So you're looking for a motion to? I make a motion, we approve or enter into that contract.
That's current easement agreement.
Sorry, yeah.
The proposed easement agreement.
Second to that.
I'll second.
Discussion. All in favor, signify by aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay, carried unanimously.
Thank you, board. I would present that to the mayor and staff. For signatures, this is a agreement, he asked for a word to be present, is that going to delay the signing slightly? And it will work. I did have a question, this came up at a prior board meeting in another municipality. It's my understanding, I was going to ask the clerk if he's here for clarification. I pulled up resolution 003, 2023. It appears to be signed on the 2nd of May. This has to do with the hazard mitigation plan for the county. It was my understanding, and also reviewing that resolution, that the town, we'll pull that up, town agreed to participate in that plan. Is that your understanding too, trustees? Just no question.
We had a special meeting about it. I think we discussed that it wasn't even close to the agreement that the county signed. The emergency order, or something like that, that had to do with allowing the emergency manager overriding powers and stuff like that.
Two very separate topics,
Yeah.
yes. And it's my understanding also that by entering into this plan with the county, it's an intent to have this municipalities talk with the county, have this plan in place. It spread out, or it listed some action items they wish the town would take. Floodplains and then fire mitigation. And I think it also had a proposed cost, but it may incur the town to do so. It's actually not a requirement. I think it is required to receive some federal funding. So I just wanted to clarify, and after doing my research, it appeared that resolution was passed with the statement made.
We had a special meeting
With the town and not them. So I just like to clarify that, the contact for the town individual. I did email the clerk today, just making forward a copy of that resolution to the county. So I forget the name of the individual. Bobby. Is it Bobby there?
And I did send that.
Thank you. I just want to try to eliminate any misinformation, especially if it's still in the town. I don't want to say that they seem like that individual might have been singling out the town.
Who is this, a county?
This was a different county. Each county is responsible for their own hazard mitigation plan.
And they were asking about Preston?
They made a statement that they thought Crestone had not joined. So if I see that individual. Thank you. I did speak briefly. I have 2 things left. My notes for the code updates and revisions were that we had our meeting on May 24th with Nancy. So I kind of combining items this A. Once again, just working on that code revisions update and speak. I was tasked when I started this position to specifically record some time spent on the water and sanitation business. I haven't done that very well yet because not a lion's share of my time has been spent on that. However, I think that will come about to record this month because that has been quite a bit of my time. So just prepare for that. I think that was part of your budgeting request possibly. That'll be some change. It's not changing. I'm not asking for more money, less money. It's just a report to the clerk. So I probably will have a report to the clerk. It's Walker Green. Let's take it. Just get for your information. That is my update. So now if you'd like to move to item D, board questions. Sorry to cut you off.
First of all, I guess that information you were just talking about would be more helpful to us if we also could compare it to the months where you don't spend a lot of time, because we're going to use that for our percentage of how it applies to water and sewer rates and all of that. So only having it documented when we spend a lot of time.
I will include what my estimates, it seems like it's less than a quarter higher months, so I will do that.
And then, so back to A, code compliance report. I think it's our understanding that our code enforcer's actual report has been moved to the attorney's report as opposed to discussion and action items. Probably that's because lots of questions come up. So we do need to look at or hear that report. And then what I was referring to earlier with the citizens' comment and correspondence. And what I feel like I've been bringing up for a few months is that I think we as a board need to do a better job in directing the code enforcer, because she's very, very thorough and really pursuing, kind of any available opportunity to do her job well. So if we're looking at bad relations with our residents and community members, and a lot of that is coming up with our code enforcer, I think it is probably our job to prioritize what we want her to focus on, and how that applies to public health and safety and that, and kind of tend to that relationship that we have with residents. And I think it's up to us to direct our code enforcer. Maybe, or it seems like it right now, it's a lot of the feedback. Yeah. But that said, I guess we do need to hear the code compliance report.
I don't know. So she's said like she
Do you need to leave?
So I did speak briefly with Ms. Talos when I first arrived today about this morning. I guess there was some public comment related to enforcement of the code, but I may start out with here. Ms. Talos also.
Sorry. Yes, he's around.
This mic is,
I don't think any of them is open. It's not like that.
Neither one of these was like,
Not my forte.
oh, speaking loud.
Yeah, no. Do you have any questions about the board report?
We won't touch it. There you go.
Does anyone have any questions about the board report? Not the thing I just passed out. The board report.
I guess I was curious about his personal attacks unusual people.
Mhm.
I don't know, I guess it's a little vague what you're saying, but could you speak to that?
Well, there's some in that.
On this,
Yeah, that's a small part of it. But
So I would be interested in Seth's opinion about us intervening with vendors to tell them that they need to any singles tax and get those.
I never did that. I had, oh, go ahead.
Oh, well, I just wanted to, maybe segue into, what Nancy was gonna say, which is that the, obviously, we all received, that letter from Nick, and I did follow up with.
I didn't.
Well, I forwarded it on to
Everybody.
Nancy, and yeah, I did follow up with Nancy about it. It does, I mean, it sounds like, Nancy's version of events does not line up at all with what was presented in the letter that was sent to us. It's the first question about enforcing sales tax. From speaking to Nancy, it just doesn't sound like, she had brought up that was something that the event coordinator was supposed to be doing. And did have a conversation with the vendor, but it wasn't about that. It doesn't sound like Nancy was given a whole lot of time of day at the event in order to communicate what she was trying to do at all. And so I know that was some of Nancy's concerns about that, was that there was a lot of statement of fact going on that frankly, it seems like Nancy wasn't involved in, words being put in Nancy's mouth that weren't said. And I do see that Nick just joined via Zoom, so he might be able to give.
Yes, I'm here.
I asked for him to wait until I'm done because I didn't.
Oh, sure, no problem.
say anything when he was talking.
Sure, yeah, that's
Fair?
fair enough. I just, before we got into it, something that wasn't clear to me from reading the letter. Nick, what was your involvement in this event? I was thinking that this event was being run by Lydia.
It is being, yes, that's correct. So I am now on the Crestone Music Performances Board. So I came in towards the end of it to help her because she is now 3 months pregnant and can't run around like you would when you're, doing an event. So
That's good.
yeah, so that was my involvement, because Lydia and I work quite well together on all our events. So that is where I came in.
Got it, okay, thanks, Nick, I appreciate that
Yeah.
context. Because I did reach out to Lydia afterwards, just trying to do my due diligence with all of this. And she did not seem to share Nick's her perspective on the situation. And so I was just left feeling a little bit confused about what was. I guess.
Yeah, I'll wait till after Nancy speaks and I'll explain it in more detail. How's that?
Sure.
Great.
So any questions about the board report? Or so we move along to the week's hot topic. Okay.
So, sorry.
I mean, just to follow up on what the mayor was saying. I think I read somewhere that vendors were packing up and leaving. Because you were telling them they had to pay taxes. But that's not what happened.
At the music fest, I never talked to any vendors.
You never spoke to any vendors? Okay.
So you got, you're sort of a beachhead, she said.
Yeah. Okay.
Are they mistaking somebody else
I don't know. I really don't.
Are you a bully? Every time it was mentioned, it's you're a bully.
Yeah.
I mean, that's funny, and bullies come in all shapes and sizes, and she very well could be a bully. I'm not saying you are, but that's a powerful position she holds. And people, we have a collective trauma around an authority figure. And so when we have an authority figure coming in and talking to kids and vendors and people playing music, it's completely inflaming everybody involved. So yeah, it's funny that she could be a bully, but you know, people feel threatened by her position. So is it up to us to direct her and how she relates to our community members? And I don't know what that looks like. I think we have to prioritize what we want enforced. And I don't think that I don't think we should be prioritizing a vendor at the Saturday market or music fest and their sales tax license when they're probably earning $120. But go ahead.
Yeah, do you recall a conversation last month at this meeting where I thought we were talking about really stepping back for this festival day, using it as a time to maybe take some sound measurements and that sort of thing. That's the conversation I recall. Do you remember talking about that? And if so, did that affect how you were doing your work on that day?
Yeah, the only thing I did that day was sit in the back and take some sound readings. I talked to Treefort about how he was doing it because he wasn't using a soundboard. So he was just using an amp. And he said that
Why?
individual bands were using their own amplifiers behind the stage or hooking up to amplifiers, and so each one is going to be different. It wasn't governed by him. So I went to see if Lydia had that information because that's pertinent to her thing, which is when Mr. Navarez stepped in.
Okay, I guess.
So-
Yeah, she was projecting herself while we were trying. Okay, sorry.
I guess what I'm part of what I'm asking is, how do you feel about, are you getting clear direction from the board, you know, like, because I don't know how clear that conversation was and how clear it was to you. I remember having the conversation, but I don't know, like, I'm with Adam, I'm wondering, like, where are we not being clear enough? And where do we need to be more clear so that, yeah.
Do you want to say something before?
Oh, go ahead. I do want to say something, but go ahead.
And it, you know, is it fair to ask you to ease up on, do you think it's fair when we're suggesting that you don't enforce codes because we're not really comfortable with the codes? And we don't know how to fix them.
Well,
That's his.
it's up to the code enforcement officer to enforce the codes anyway.
Right, but in this case, like, we have these codes that we don't know how to address. We know the codes are not serving us.
Well,
And we need information about, like, what the best code would be. So in the meantime, we don't want to be fining people for bad codes. And like, we're all in this situation right now.
So aside from this paper, how many fines and citations were written regarding this?
None. There weren't any written. It was fine.
But we still had a room, like, we had every one of these seats practically was filled with people complaining about the code enforcement that particular weekend.
So we're
just trying to figure out, you know.
Were there warnings? Nancy, were there warnings? You're giving them warnings, more or less?
Who? I didn't give any.
About the sound code.
Music fest?
Can I, pardon?
There was
No
fine.
warnings, no.
No warnings, no citation.
Wow, okay.
I mean, your report actually says that they were doing a good job, basically.
Nick, can I ask you a question?
It's muted.
Oh,
And also, I do want to echo what you said, that there really was a coordination, like everybody was very much on the same page this morning. They had like some lines that were like talking.
It's good organizational skills.
So Scott is trying to say something, Steve, and then Scott.
My impression from this morning was definitely the line of people that had comments about code enforcement. However, I'm not sure that they were specifically about the music festival, other than Nick's. Complain about the cemetery letter, and kind of a general complaint from Carl Cole about code enforcement, just generally. I think that Nick was the only one that was specifically about the music festival.
Okay.
And yeah, as Seth pointed out, there were no citations issued, and in fact, there were no warnings or anything like that. I think the reason that Nancy was speaking to the sound was just to make sure that he knew not to just let let bands go willy-nilly with, turning it up to 11.
Okay.
That I think she was trying to communicate that he didn't, he is still in charge of the sound, and to keep it, try to work with the bands to keep it reasonable. Outside of that, I don't.
Actually, I didn't even ask him that. I just asked him how it was working if he wasn't the sound guy.
so,
So in other words, were the bands in charge of their own volume, or was the sound, or was there a sound?
Well, I didn't have an idea. So it's just.
so Nancy, I got a question for you or Nick, but was there, what was going on with regards to the sound levels for the takeover drumming? I mean, was there a conversation that you had with the takeover drummers about?
Yeah, so, well, specifically with Tyco, and I can address each of these issues. And so I don't make these accusations or allegations lightly. I corroborated with at least 1 to 2 people for each of them, and I'm happy to give them your number to hear their statements that corroborate mine. So now Treefort actually was the one who also heard our sound engineer was also the one who heard the code enforcer saying that the Tyco was over the sound limit and complaining about it. And, honestly, like the whole time she was like backstage for over like an hour and a half, 2 hours. Like, if you're going to tell someone one thing, that's one thing. But like, literally people were trying to get around her to plug things in. And she was positioning herself in between us, trying to have conversations. It was completely like not necessary nor professional. Like, again, having held history as the code enforcer, yes, you can go up, say, hi, I'm the code enforcer, just remember the codes. Now I'm going to remove myself, hang out over here until something happens. But she was lingering backstage for over an hour, bullying us, basically like, I'm going to give you a ticket if you don't do this. I'm going to give you like just existing back there, which I did feel like was bullying.
So, and the reason I bring it up, I can just continue, because I think it's kind of symptomatic of the problem we have with the code for the decibel levels, because the takeout, that's acoustic, it's not amplified, it's an old community tradition. Everybody loves it, but it's going to be louder. I mean, it puts you in a tough situation, Nancy.
No,
Am I reading this correctly?
Well, I just want to say that with the type of drumming, doesn't last for a long time. They come to play a few minutes and then it's over. So it's not like any sort of continuing noise, more like a chainsaw or something. It's loud, but it's short.
But it's awesome, and it's still beyond what the town allows when it comes to the decibel levels. So is it up to us to decide who can go over the decibel levels during a festival and who can't?
So,
Because I don't think anybody can have a problem with the takeover drum. I'm just saying, this is, I think it points out a problem with our noise ordinance.
And real quick, if I may, last year, you know, I've done festivals around the country and even in other parts of the world for over a decade. I submitted to the town an example last year of an ordinance that I felt like would fit, that is adopted by multiple larger but not large cities, larger towns in Colorado, that, you know, it's basically when you have normal times, you know, it's 1 decibel level. When you apply for a special event permit during the hours of the event, it's another decibel level. That way, you know, expectations are understood, but it's not, it is allowing for the fact that it is going to be louder. You know, so I had given that to you guys when Mike and Lori came in last year to talk about that, and nothing had been done on it. So I'm again happy to help adjust and help write these codes so it does make sense from an event perspective. Again, having produced music festivals around the country for a long time. Okay, that's all.
I can't say that I know what the permit says. There are towns that do have special event permits and a lot of deviation, but the code is something that the town wants to change.
We want to change it. I think 85% of us want to change it. I don't know.
And I think we're putting Nancy in a hard position with our sound code.
Did we, did you call the brewery when a fellow was playing his drums? No? Okay, so that fellow who said that this morning.
Wasn't at the brewery.
He said he was in his
apartment.
Yeah, I was gonna comment on that.
Did you initiate him stopping?
I don't know anything about that guy or.
And then, did we receive any complaints about this weekend at all?
No.
Not around?
You
Unless,
mean about Music Fest?
yeah, but we're there.
The whole weekend? Andy Pace didn't call? That's cool.
Scott, I think that if the board wanted us to, I think that we definitely could draft an ordinance that allows for special event permits similar to like what Denver does, that specifically allows for higher decibel levels, so it's a little bit less in limbo. So if that's the direction you guys want to take, I think we can make that happen, and that will be clarified. But I think what, more than anything, what concerns me about this whole point of contention is that the things that are being stated here, Nick, you said that Nancy was following you around threatening ticketing. Nancy specifically said that she did not follow anyone around and threaten tickets. She didn't give anyone a warning about tickets or anything like that. And
That's a really good point. She wasn't giving tickets, she wasn't giving warnings, she was just ingratiating herself in the scenario behind the stage, being a threat, but not really doing anything other than getting in our way. It was really weird. It was like, that's the bullying part that I'm trying to get through. You know, again, as a code enforcer, yes, say, hi, this is what the thing is. Okay, I'm gonna step backstage and disappear until something is wrong, and then become, you know, the conduit for correcting that wrong, either through a warning or a ticket. But don't like just hover and get in our way, being a present threat. That is a form of bullying. So you're 100% right. She didn't do that. And that's why I'm having such, is that it was a constant, like she was there for at least an hour and a half or more backstage, just existing. And it was really difficult for us to get around her.
okay, thank you, Nick. Let's move on. Yes.
Yeah, so my version of backstage would be maybe 20 minutes. Including both conversations with 340 men. I did wanna, I don't know if he's listening, but I did wanna,
Nick, are you still there?
She's talking to somebody else.
yeah, I wanted to talk.
I'm
to-
here.
No, I wanted to talk to Benny, but he's not on, is it? Okay, never mind. So. Have we covered sales tax or? Do I need to say more on that? The license or?
So I just did a festival in Glenwood Springs and I was an exhibitor, a vendor, and I dealt with the event coordinator, who was not a town employee, had nothing to do with the town. They told me exactly what I needed to do with my sales tax, where to register, how to register, and that was it. So I don't think that our town staff, beyond the administrator, has any responsibility or obligation to address any vendor about anything. It's simply the event coordinator and our town administrator who should be handling those positions.
So,
I think.
Adam, the only thing I did was send Lydia and Nick a letter informing them of the change and that they had some choices to make about how they wanted to handle the sales tax situation, given the new laws. And I think I tried to answer, you were there, you haven't doubted me.
Yeah, and I think communication with the event coordinator is appropriate.
Yeah, that was it.
Well, and I think that's all what happened, right? I mean, again, back to my initial concern, Nick, you specifically state that, Nancy took it upon herself to tell every vendor at the Saturday market that they had to leave unless they filed their tax ID number in the state.
We had at least 3 vendors come up to us and say, we have to cancel our vending on Sunday because Nancy had gone up to them and said, if you don't get a tax ID and report to the state, you can't be here or at there tomorrow. So that did happen, and I can get those names and get the information to you, but it didn't happen on Sunday. You're correct. It happened on Saturday, but impacted us potentially on Sunday. And so I can get Laura in here to talk about that as well, if you'd like. Again, like this was kind of last minute, so I was just kind of dealing with it, coming here and be present for you guys. But I'm happy to get those people to talk to you because that did happen.
Yeah, go ahead.
So Nancy, it sounds like at the Saturday market, you mentioned to the people that were planning on setting up the next day that unlike the Saturday market, the town events require sales tax ID, which is the truth. But it doesn't sound like you were actually actively enforcing that you did leave that to the event coordinator. It sounds like you just mentioned what the state regulation is and that it is different from the Saturday market law, Saturday market.
Well, I think it came up because Desi's a food vendor. And there somehow evolved a discussion about the change in the laws, but that's on the organizers. I was just answering questions. Yeah.
So I was just looking for some clarity on the sales tax. I thought when we discussed all this, we were going to require like sales tax ID numbers for people who make, say, less than 5,000 a season. That most of the vendors come and they're selling some jewelry or this and that. So I'm kind of confused over. Are we requiring all vendors to have a sales tax license? So I'm kind of confused about what our rules actually are.
So I wanted to hear from Seth. He must have been working some years back and was told that the municipality had no direct relationship between the vendors, the state, and we were not intervening.
Yeah.
And I wanted to hear from Seth.
Yeah.
My understanding that this is not a home rule municipality, we're not elected to see sales tax directly, but allow the state to do that. Is it on the, is the issue a permit is requiring the sales tax and information?
So it
Is
is-
it just an allegation that someone is saying that everyone needs to have a sales tax?
I think the issue is the enforcement of the rule. And that if we wanted to solve or address the issue at hand, it would be to say to Nancy that I don't know if we direct or request or are setting a policy that you do not take on the responsibility of communicating with vendors regardless of what happened last week. But moving forward, from here on out, your only conversation should be with the event coordinator to inform them of the rules, and you have zero responsibility or capacity to enforce what any vendor is doing in regards to sales. And then we're done with that. Right?
Does the board agree with that?
I do.
Yes.
Yeah, for clarity, because the sales tax licenses are not required at the Saturday market ever. However, the special events are.
Food trucks.
And food trucks are an exception of that by state law. And I maintain, it doesn't sound to me like Nancy did anything to enforce that at the event. If she mentioned at the Saturday market that it's a different setup at the event, and that was news to those vendors, then I would question why they had not heard that previously from the event coordinator. And if that's what, I mean, it doesn't, she didn't chase them off from the event. It sounds like they didn't have the necessary information passed on to them for the event. And then when they heard that at the Saturday market, that was then news to them that it caused problems, but I'm not sure that that is the
So
same.
it is on our event form.
My question is then, so for Saturday market, we're not looking at collecting any sort of sales tax revenue. So at a special event, a lot of times you have the same vendors, sometimes you might have larger vendors. What is the responsibility of the event coordinator and what sort of sales tax liability or responsibility does the vendor?
Yeah, so my understanding is that the for special events, by state law.
Yeah, which is defined as less than three or less times a year.
Vendors are required to collect sales tax. The town has no responsibility to enforce that. That is on the event coordinator to inform the vendors and enforce that they're following the state sales tax regulations. And yeah, if that came up during the Saturday market, I can see how if people didn't know that, it would cause, be cause for concern for them. But again, I'm just not sure that that is the same as Nancy enforced. She didn't do anything to, at the event, she wasn't going around checking sales tax IDs. That was on the event coordinator. She simply mentioned that if you're working the event tomorrow, make sure you got your sales tax stuff in order. I assume she said that under the expectation that they already knew about this. Because yeah, that is on the event coordinator to ensure this happening.
So the event coordinators were sent a letter several weeks in advance of Music Fest explaining the way the state laid it out, which is that they either get the sales tax license number of the vendors and then report it to the state within 10 days or collect the sales tax themselves. And that it still doesn't have anything to do with the town. And that was what was explained to Lydia and some other gentleman. I don't know if he was a partner or a husband or what.
So how does this apply to somebody?
Yeah, so I would encourage everyone to go to my website, mountainsiderealty.com, and there's a tab at the top that says 4th of July, and you'll see the vendor form that has the explanation of requiring a special event permit, which is $8, through the state website. Now, that's what we provide for all my events, including the music festival. Whether or not they read that, they checked it. And we understand that that should be enough. So we do our due diligence, so I'd encourage you to go look at that form on my website, because it does have that, that's a town event, so, both that and the energy fair, I want to be as legitimate as possible. But again, this is a way of, putting that information out there for the vendors, but also, relying on their responsibility to do it. Yes, we are encouraging them to get that, and we will follow up with them to get those $8 licenses from them prior to it ending. However, it's really Laura who's doing this. Laura Enzer is doing all of the vending for all 3 events. She's reached out to Nancy, I think, already, but for some reason she's not being reached out back to.
I would like to make this be.
Jason wants to.
So I would like to make this be personal. To me, I think there's a certain amount of confusion about what is required. As we're feeling our way through as the board, as event coordinators are feeling their way through what's the state law, as our code enforcement officer is looking at what is required and informing people. So I would just assume not make this be personal. Let's move into problem solving and what's required. Is the state requires a state sales tax license if someone's at the music festival?
No, they don't. That's incorrect. No, it's called a special event.
I'm not done yet. Second, so like if Atlanta
Oh,
was
okay, got it.
corn at the music festival, would they have to have a state sales tax license? I mean, we're not a big event, but we're not this big festival event thing. We've got people that might come in and sell some homemade goods. They're not doing this going festival to festival to festival. They might just say, hey, Crystal Music Festival, come in and I might sell my plants. Okay, so I kind of like to know what's really required to do, and what does the event coordinator need to do? I mean, to me, if I was Atlanta and I need to go to the state and get a sales tax license to sell corn on one event in the year, I probably wouldn't sell the corn. But if you're a vendor that goes
Exactly.
to a festival around the state, to me, that's like a different situation. So how do we make it to where people can have a booth at the music festival? And make this work? Can they come in underneath an umbrella? Is that what we're talking
No,
about?
I can answer that.
So answer that, Adam, please.
So it's what Nick said, as an event coordinator, no matter who that is, they put the requirements on there and the vendor checks it off and signs it, and that's it. So like, I am going festival to festival, so I do have a special event license. And if I was doing just the 4th of July, I wouldn't do it and nobody would care.
So for the event coordinator, for that person who's just showing up, what is being checked off?
The event coordinator is creating a form to apply to be a vendor. And on that form, it says you have to, I'm assuming it says you have to agree to town rules, you have to agree to event rules.
Yep.
And here's what the
I
state,
can read it real quick.
here's what the state requires, a special event license. And then the town has zero obligation to enforce it, talk about it. So we're talking about stuff that we have no purview to talk about because it's not our business.
Okay, is the event coordinator, do they have to collect sales tax from
Nope.
someone?
The special event license means that the vendor deals with the state. And that's it.
Well, in the November.
So let's say they're not making a big fuss about a lot of stuff.
We are. It's more about our
Business.
and that's
This is none of our business. Who cares? Why should we care at all whether this kid's selling? Say there's a kid selling drinks for $1. If this kid wants to take a risk and do it and hope that the state busts him, what do we care? Why are we even having this conversation? It's like a courtesy that we even put it on the form. Hey, just a reminder. Why are we even doing that?
Yeah.
We have an event coordinator.
So let's stop extending that courtesy. Nobody wants it, nobody cares.
The difference would be if we were requiring that they pay us a sales tax.
Yeah, but we're not.
But we're not.
So let's
We're not
never
doing that.
talk about it again. Yeah.
Well, if the state wanted to come in and said, okay, I'm just going to July, I'm gonna bring some representatives to see if sales tax. It's then between those two and
Yeah.
they'll totally leave the town out. I mean, they wouldn't say, the town has to enforce this, it's not. But if you don't have, where's your,
So it seems like we've kind of reached the end of this discussion. Town has nothing to do with this. The event coordinator is as within his purview of responsibility. And Nancy understands.
It was, as Leah said.
So could we move on? Is there anything that anybody else has a burning desire to say? If not, let's move.
Well,
no,
do we have an action step for fixing this stupid sound code?
If, yeah, as long as everybody is on board with it, we can draft an ordinance for the next meeting to, well, it depends on what you wanna do. I was thinking an ordinance that allowed for a special event permit, that, you know.
Bumps
allowed
up to
for
85 or
exceptions
something.
up to. Some special event permit with the town approved by.
Scott, could I help you with that?
I don't think that that's necessary. I mean, it should be.
Maybe he could resend the thing that he sent a while back.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll send it to, okay, yeah, I'll send it to everybody, and that way at least you see it, because I don't think it was really taken into consideration last year. But at least it does give some very structured guidelines for how sound is managed during special events. It's very thorough.
Yeah, sure.
I
Absolutely.
appreciate
Send
it.
over.
Great.
Thanks, Nick.
You're welcome.
So I think we had two issues there. I don't know if Nancy's done, but if I can backtrack this to the noise. The guidance of the board is to create some sort of ordinance which would allow for increased volume, special event, and increased discussing hours. So it would have to be approved by the board though, on a case by case basis, just like event applications. Okay. Now, I think we jumped around a little there, so back to Nancy.
No, I'm done. We might want to look up, or Allison can look up, because Leslie proposed this. I don't know, last fall sometime. And based on what other towns are doing too, and kind of compare the information. It's just a thought.
I want to say one thing about the skateboarding in town. I know we gave some permission over here to the skateboarders. The biggest issue that I'm seeing is not so much the skateboarders, but the way people are driving in town. Are gonna probably end up causing some kind of accident at some point. And we don't have a lot of enforcement when it comes to the driving. We do have enforcement when it comes to like a skateboarder. And so they're kind of taking some of the blame for these people who are not stopping at stop signs, driving 10 miles an hour over the speed limit. I mean, it's kind of like, my opinion, it's like a pedestrian has like a lot of rights. They're walking, they're slow, you know. Like a certain amount of right, you know. It usually falls back onto the car over the bike because, I mean, it's just kind of like this funny thing. So in this case, like with Benny, I think, you know, they're trying to almost like able to get around. So
With that, I think both parties have the children's safety at heart. It's just what can we do anything about? And that's to try to get the skateboarders to be as safe as possible. We can't do anything about the drivers.
I understand that,
without the
but
sheriff.
it's really the drivers that are gonna cause the more problem than the
Well,
skateboarders.
Yeah, more, way more probably, but not all.
It's not always, but.
Yeah.
I reprimand these kids for skating in the street way more often than Nancy does, I guarantee it. Almost every day I'm telling some kid, what are you doing, idiot? Because I want to keep those kids safe, because I love them,
Right.
not because I think they're doing something wrong.
Maybe Manfish should call them idiots.
I have a relationship where I can talk to these are my students, these are my students, I know when they're being idiots, and you know what I'm saying, like,
Totally.
I'm talking about my kid.
Yeah.
And like my nephews and stuff. It's like,
So-
they need to be told, and I'm sorry if like, we have some adults who really seem like their priority, their number one priority to show up here is, I want my kid to have fun all the time. And our priority, my priority is, hey, fun is number 2 or 3. I don't want your kid getting hit by a car. We're just gonna disagree about that.
Yeah, awesome.
And I want my kids to have fun too. It's like, I don't want them to be totally safe all the time. Like, go out and have fun.
But,
Or get yelled at.
but I wanna get back to the problem I see that we really need to solve though is slowing people down in this town, because, I mean, I
So
know
how
that.
could we keep saying we're gonna get those speed bumps and then we still don't have them? Those ones that bolt in, like the ones in that alleyway behind Natural Grocers and Salida, you can take them out in the winter time when we have to plow. And nobody's skateboarding anyway. So what's the action step to get some speed bumps?
Yeah.
Because we talked about it like
And then-
10 times in the last 2 years.
Yeah, and there's a number of spots we could. do that.
Just in general, this is what I see as the biggest problem with this board. It's like we say we're gonna do something and it doesn't happen. Cause it seems like nobody's tracking these like action steps that are like, then we have to talk about it again 2 months later, because by the time we forgot. So I'm off track there, but like.
Yeah, no, it's
Get some speed bumps.
So can we ask Scott to follow up on these and start with the.
Is it a pro, well, because, Drew is, I mean, you know, Drew's retired, but that might be where, you know, we got a speed bump with the speed bump, so, yeah, so is it okay if you speak with Drew about his research, because I think you found something that was affordable.
Those portable ones, I think were like 18 grand or something like that. They were really pricey.
Can we make some?
Yeah.
So I stepped in here too. I've had some conversations with Sir, so I'll have some more about speed bumps. If you get Sirs in here, they're gonna bring up quite a few things. It's kind of funny, CDOT has the distinction between speed bump and speed hump. Has to do with height, width. Also your town speed limits, what can be installed. So I will work with Scott, possibly in here. I mean, it seems like Sursa would have, you know, some. It seems like they would want us to be slowing up.
Yeah, I think Seth is just saying,
They
hold up.
do, they
and
also
apply
have
speed bumps.
cautions as to making your streets unsafe or hazardous by installing something that's designed to slow you down, but could also
Break somebody's car.
So we have been talking about speed bumps for 20 years. Kim and I were gonna go out with a shovel and dig a trench across the road. Haven't done that yet, but it's still a possibility with all the backhoes floating around.
Do it.
What we read, the last great idea was at the entrance to town, the city limits was to do I don't know if you call it a speed bump where it rises up, it
Table.
plateaus off and it drops off.
Speed table.
What did you call it?
Speed table.
Yeah. And that kind of really gives you the idea of coming into town, like, we're serious about this. And my understanding was, is this was something that the county objected to. Because it's a county road that goes through, and it was the county who shut us down on this. And it seems like legally, even though it's a road that goes to town, the town still owns the road. But the county maintains the road. And so there's a little bit of legal quandary there, but it seems like the case could really be made for public health and safety to be able to have that sort of a speed bump on the entrance and to town.
And their plows could pick up.
Yeah, there's ones like that. So it's not just those ones that can damage vehicles or whatever, and they're well located. And and it was the county who said no and stopped us from being able to do that, if I remember correctly. So I guess I would say, what can we work out with the county to be able to have this? And the county can see that it's there, they know it's there, they can lift their blade and go across it, it's not like a big deal for them. But I agree, I think it's time to really have some action, and we shouldn't have to wait until some kid gets run over before any kind of action takes place. So can we, their attorney can speak legally, and they can pressure the county to have that, and we still have some jurisdiction over the town. It's not like we're looking at putting one every single block, So I think on the entrance to town would be another, and one over there, but I do think that having that, and then another alternative, I think, for the town to look at, and we all hate them, but at Silver and Alder Street, to turn that into a four-way stop. And that might be another thing, and we could put that on the agenda in the future time to talk. People, I find myself naturally stopping there, it just seems like it should be a four-way stop. So
I want to intervene. I live right there. That really needs to be a four-way stop. And strangers don't know, and they'll just run through because there isn't anything. They're not paying attention. It's not good.
So I was thinking of Silver and Alder, but Silver and Cottonwood, I mean, that's a mess. You hate to have a stops every single block, but it almost seems like that's what's required.
Are those county decisions?
No.
But those are our decisions? Okay, my vote would be four-way stops on all around the whole business district. Here, there.
The planning commission also, that was one of the, as chair, he brought up, to put on the agenda as, how do we slow this down? And it kind of comes back to the board again, but he also asked if we could maybe get some of those signs from the county that he said they had extras, they're like, they just read it and say slow, but, those things actually work. I mean, I've seen them in towns that are pretty effective.
And it is not unusual, it is not unusual for small towns to have that sort of a speed bump coming into town. It is not unusual. It should not be a big obstacle for the county. They have to deal with what.
I agree.
I'd like to make a motion that we start small and put 2 four-way stops on Silver. They're at Alder and they're at Cottonwood. Start small, let's see how they work. And that's my motion.
Second.
Third.
Discussion? None? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed, nay.
I know.
A little aside, but Public Works said for a long time they could not get the posts that the signs are mounted on. So it was my understanding, Scott, that they were entertaining the idea of T-posts, you know, or something, and just putting the sign on there until they can get it.
Yeah.
The normal thing, so that should be doable.
Sorry to keep dragging this conversation out, but there was another thing that came up with the cemetery communication. So did you write those letters or did you?
I wrote them,
Okay, so did she read that letter in its entirety?
no,
Oh, there was more to it?
Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
Okay. Because the part she read, if that was all it was pretty tactless, so. All of these communications you have are usually pretty considerate. So I would hope that in letters like that, we would be saying, letting them, know the story and all of that, so it's not just a letter saying.
right,
We have heavy machinery on your plot and you're out of compliance.
no, I don't think so.
Would you concur?
Yeah.
There's more to the letter.
The,
I just,
Well-
obviously, tactful communication is very important. You do well in stuff like this, so I'm assuming that letters like that would also.
well, I
include that.
appreciate that.
That's all.
Can I say something about Desi's presentation? Then you, I don't know. You know, what they're talking about for street closure, at least last I knew, was from the electric car charging ports to this side of the Eagle lot. And that is partly because there's a fair number of older people trying to have vending booths at the Saturday market, and it's difficult for them to load and unload. And they've agreed if that can be closed off, they can pull their cars up, load, and then move them on the other side of the street or over here or something. So that's what that's about. And I just say,
I think a motion that we allow Saturday market close that portion of the street.
well, she's coming, I think. Did
She
she?
doesn't need to.
Yeah, she doesn't need to. Yeah. Okay, well, that'd be nice for her.
Second.
Okay, great.
Discussion. Discussion, are you wanting to discuss?
Yes, so long as they don't block my driveway.
Well, they've been instructed about that,
I know
but
I have
that
several, but
and,
that one's-
yeah, but somebody said in that meeting, well, they have a lot of ways out of their property, but I don't honestly remember what it was.
That's regardless, it's my.
Yeah,
property.
it's your
Yeah.
driveway. They were told that and, not to block, obviously, the electric car chargers. And, yeah. So it's just
Seems like people
ease
might
for
want to
them.
park along there or not. Are they gonna park like, parallel to the street?
Well, my guess is that they'll park the same place a lot of them have been, which is along the dirt, but they, this is a kind of a safety thing too, because a lot of people are walking from all around here. Should come in and they just,
It'll be nice.
yeah, it would be, I think so. Okay?
Thank you. We need a vote.
Oh, all right.
I just want to ask a question. It seems like that's a good idea and I'll vote for it, but street closures have competing needs. There are people living there, the business owners, the particular event. It's complicated. I think it should be only on a case-by-case basis and an event-by-event basis, so continuing event.
Yeah.
And I don't think we should just blanketly start closing streets.
Yeah, it's an inconvenience for drivers, but they've done a really good job with signs. And they have, I don't know where it came from, but they have a barricade that's movable if need be. And I think they said they bought some orange cones as well as whatever Public Works is loaning, which are also movable if need be, so.
So if your motion didn't, how do you want it to include the Saturday market, just for that?
Yeah, yeah.
Excellent.
That's what I,
One
that's
time.
what I was intending.
What do they need it for?
I'll be, well, if it was gonna be for the whole Saturday market, most of them leave by 3:30. So it'd be like 9 to 3:30 or 8:30 to 3:30. And then it's done.
So any further discussion?
Can you guys speak back on?
What is the motion?
Yeah, he's gonna read it back.
Yeah, so, I've got a motion to approve the street closure request for Saturday markets. It's just what.
From
9:30 to
8:30.
Should we say?
Give 'em a little
should
time
we
to
just
set
say
it up.
for this year? Deal with it again next year?
Yeah, who knows where.
And this, was there a specific time frame? 8:30 to 3:30?
So have there been a vote in the second?
No, we're getting ready,
There's been a second. It's been a second.
Okay, good.
all in favor?
Yes, there has been a vote in second. Did you want to discuss?
I just wanted to say an opinion on that, so I can wait till the discussion.
We're in discussion right now.
Okay, so I understood closing Silver Street with the Saturday market because you had a lot of foot traffic going back and forth between the park and then over to the Elephant Cloud. And it was a narrow street and.
But this is Galena.
Yeah, and so I've been watching the traffic over here with the Saturday market and Galena, and it's very different. Most of the people are actually in the park. And you have the vendors who are food vendors, they're parking their food vendors in that parking area, the big trucks, the pizza, and the other big trailers and all that. And it didn't seem to have the same need to be able to close the street and allow people to cruise through, to go come down from the store. And to me, it doesn't seem like it had the same safety issue and it would allow people to park. So it doesn't have the people walking back and forth and everything. So my own feeling is this, I don't see the real imperative towards closing the street unless people are going to be setting booths up in the street. But what I noticed is everybody was in the park. So I don't quite understand why the need to close the street. I mean, we did it on Silver Street and I felt like, that the main traffic went around and through Galena, coming down from the Merck and going up to the Merck and back and forth. But Silver Street was smaller, people set up in the street. Little Pearl Park was very small. And so there a lot of people put their booths out in the street. The situation on Galena is very different as far as there's tons of room in the park. And there's all those big trucks that are in the parking area. And people, so I don't know.
Well, she said she wanted access. So that people can pull in there, set up their stuff, not so they can actually use the street. As a place to mark, is that right?
Yeah, actually, people talked about that in that meeting and they said they preferred not to be on the asphalt. Some thought they would and then they tried to park because of what we
So
had.
explain again why she thinks it's necessary to close the street.
Well, it's a loading and unloading issue for the older vendors primarily and to make it a little safer for the people walking back and forth across Galena is my understanding from wherever they do park to get to the Saturday market.
So you feel it has you feel like it has safety benefits to have it closed off because of the unloading and the walking?
Well, I think the safety would be mostly the children tending to run around behind the food trucks and stuff. I don't really see that as the biggest issue though. That's me.
People walking here,
Right,
they park up here and then they walk down.
They
and
walk
come
down
in,
the
and then
street
They go
and
into the
come in.
street.
right.
Every time I've come down here, I don't even want to turn in there because it just seems kind of chaotic anyways.
Yeah, it is. There is that.
Okay, well, you answered my question.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Takes away from
So,
our-
Sorry, but should we have a closing date on it?
When is Saturday market? Oh, you mean the time?
Isn't that already built into the Saturday market permit?
Is it, that's all designated and clear?
I don't know that it's specified.
Oh, I think, I thought it was end of October or something like that. It was later than I thought it would be.
Keep it close for Halloween.
Oh, maybe. Anyway, they can just go with what their code is. Okay.
Any other questions? We're gonna vote again. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Nay. Motion carries.
That lady,
Thank you, Nancy.
yeah, I'm gonna turn this off.
Thanks, Nancy.
Oh, by the way, Saturday market is smoking. 33 vendors have signed up so far. Not all of them are there all the time, but that's a lot.
And they cleaned up.
Yeah, they clean up every-
So we're gonna have a 5-minute.
Working out of the post office last week and just wanted me to specifically pass on to the board what I need to do. And it's really helpful on Tuesday.
We'll have a 5-minute.